All right, I'm going to open the public meeting here of Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 for the City Council of the City of San Clemente, special and regular meeting of July 18th, 2023. Again, do we have any comments before I entertain a motion?
We do have one comment card, Amanda Q, for closed session item B.
Good afternoon, council members, city manager, city attorney, and staff. I have a presentation. Hopefully that'll be queued up. Excuse, this is a really rough draft. So I looked at the June 20th City Council meeting minutes, and when looking at the agendas for the past couple of years, the city should have specified which lawsuits the city was referring to, because it really does a disservice to the public when it says City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency et al. And others. And so, next slide, please. So when we take a look at the city's lawsuit regarding the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor, the county, the Department of Transportation, AKA Caltrans. Next slide, please. And then it lists about 15 other individuals or parties to that lawsuit. So it really does a disservice to the public of, we don't know what you're talking about in closed session. Next slide, please. And when reading the city's lawsuit, City versus Foothill Eastern Transportation et al., I noticed that it said that there was no administrative process to the city to challenge the protective agreement or freeway agreement. Respondents' approval of the protective agreement and freeway agreement were final determinations, and the public was foreclosed from participating in those decisions. Next slide, please. Or actually, two slides over. And it's next slide. Next slide, until it says the cooperative agreement. And then in that lawsuit, it says the cooperative agreement was approved without any public notice other than the county's regular agenda posting. And with this MOU and the contribution agreement with Caltrans, with the city's lawsuit against Caltrans, you know, it's ironic that the same thing the city of San Clemente claimed, the residents right now can be claiming against you, because everything was done under closed session discussion. So that's not a transparent process at all. And so, lastly, next slide, please. So if you look at TC and Caltrans and what it says, failure to conduct any environmental reviews of the protective agreement prior to approval. And then you compare it to the Caltrans OCTA and City San Clemente. It is also a failure to wait for environmental review of the MOU and contribution agreement prior to even having it come out. So it's supposed to be coming out in mid-August. Actually, it was, I think, a year too late. It should have been coming out I'm sorry, take that back. It should have been coming out in spring of this year. So I think it's just really important to be transparent.
Thank you, appreciate it. Any other comments?
No additional comments.
All right. Anyone want to make a motion?
A motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, it's unanimous.
Yes.
Evening, everyone. Chris Duncan, Mayor, calling to order here a regular business meeting for the City Council of the City of San Clemente. Here about 6 p.m. Thank you all for coming. I'll note that all 5 council members are present. And we'll start out with usually we do the Pledge of Allegiance first, right?
Call the invocation.
Invocation. Okay, we'll start out with the invocation. Do we have Jean Quinn? Thank you, Jean. From the local spiritual assembly of the Baha'is of San Clemente, who I've been able to spend some time with. It's a great group. Please stand if you'd care to participate.
Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, oh God, in their endeavors, and grant them strength to serve thee. Oh God, leave them not unto themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord.
Thank you. Please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to invite Nelson Coburn from the Marine Corps up to the podium to help us lead in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, sir. If you please remove your covers, face the flag, put your hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Nelson. Okay, we've done the roll call, so we'll start in with special presentations.
First item on the agenda is the homeless update. We do have 2 speaker cards on this item. Would you like to hear the update from staff first?
Yes, staff, and then we'll hear the speakers.
Okay.
Mayor Duncan and council members, my name is Danielle Sorhan. I'm the Code Compliance Manager, and I'm here with Adam Matamian, who is the Deputy Director of Community Development, and we're going to share some of our stats for our engagement. So in April, we assisted 343 individuals, and our efforts intensified in May, resulting in 437 individuals receiving support. Although there was a slight decrease in June to 409 individuals assisted, our outreach efforts remained consistent. So for our outreach services provided, as you can see in the graph, that transportation assistance and mental health assistance remains the highest areas that we're assisting folks with. And then street exits. So we had a really high number, 22 street exits in June, with family reunification being the highest number, and that is fantastic. April, we had 17, June 15, but our total number of street exits being 22, which is a high number. And then for our shelter and housing outreach, our unduplicated individuals contacted were 63. Out of those folks, 56 were open to shelter and housing assistance, and only 7 declined shelter and housing assistance. And that is it.
And I would just like to add, and good evening, Mayor and Council, I would like to add that in light of both the current efforts of the community outreach team, but along with some of the work that we're doing with our partner agencies and the private security that the city has onboarded, city staff is going to be looking at altering this report in the future to be a bit more informative and also more historical in its presentation. So city staff is looking at a quarterly report in the future that will pull in data from some of those partner organizations that we work with to provide a quarterly report that really provides more of a historical perspective on the city's efforts in this regard. With that in mind, the first quarter that we would be reporting on would be the first fiscal year or the first fiscal quarter of the fiscal year 23-24, which would put that report in the month of October to report on July, August, and September.
Okay, thank you. Is that to give more of a trend line analysis of how things are going?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any questions for staff before we hear from the public?
I have a couple.
Councilmember Cabral.
Yeah. Now, how do you intend to integrate the private security and their data into your reports, and when do you plan to do that?
That's a great question.
That is an excellent question. So that is something that we are currently working with Allied Universal on, and I don't know exactly what the final layout will be, but we just want to bolster the community outreach efforts with some of our other partners that are also working to address this situation.
And
To be able to capture more data, right?
Yeah.
capture more data, and also, I mean, part of the idea of the private security wasn't just, I mean, it sounds like just security, but they're an extra set of eyeballs out there. They can identify people, they're willing to help people, they're willing to connect to the same services, so they will also be able to report to whoever we identify that, as the contact person. They've come across this individual, they're in front of a store, they need help, and how do we connect all that? I'm sure you have a plan. It's early in the process, but at some point in time, we get a report on all that, correct? As part of this quarterly?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Luffer.
Yeah, is there a way to go back on the slides? Okay, okay, let's start with this one. I remember in your last quarterly report on the same pie chart, you said open or requested employment assistance. I see it's not on this chart now. Is that a question you're not asking anymore?
No, that just simply reflects that there were no opportunities during the month of June to provide employment assistance to any individuals.
Okay, and then maybe go to the next slide.
Oh, sure.
Let's see, one more there. Okay, open to shelter, housing, or assistance. What resources do you offer that they would be open to? What's the encompassing?
Well, there's quite a bit. So there's mental health services, sometimes it's assisted living, drug and alcohol treatment. Obviously the reunification with family has been really successful, so we're always looking to that as well. Any kind of shelter beds that are available in the spa area. And then also reaching out to other partners we have in the community to see what other options we might have available.
Would that be like Project Room Key or something like that?
Project Room Key, sometimes like our neighboring cities, sometimes have insights into other programs. I know that there's I think it's Be Well, is a facility that offers pretty intensive mental health treatment, and our amazing team has been able to get an individual in there, which is really challenging and difficult to do. So we're always looking for additional resources that are available.
Thank you.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yes, I noticed on the shelter part, we had 56 who were open to shelter. We had only one person receive shelter. Why is there such this discrepancy there?
Well, so currently in June, unfortunately, there is no shelter available in the spa area that's available. So that has been the challenge. So we have a pretty large group of people who are open to it, but we currently don't have places to put them.
And then next question I have, Dana Point has a similar program that we do of outreach workers going out. Do we share that information or data pool with them to see if we have individuals going from Dana Point to San Clemente and keeping track of who's where?
That's a great question, Councilman Enmeyer. The city utilizes the county's homeless management information system, and so people who make contact with our community outreach are any interactions are logged in that system, similar as how they would be in Dana Point. So we know when we encounter somebody who's in need of services, what discussions they've had with anybody else in the Orange County area as regards to outreach services being provided.
It's called HMIS, and so
Yeah.
that's the software that they use.
Great,
And
so
we are in, we do, are in communication with outreach workers from our surrounding jurisdictions on a frequent basis as well.
Great, thank you. And then, sorry, one more question. You mentioned Be Well. How much interaction do we have with Be Well, and do we have any plans with the city to increase that interaction with that organization?
So Be Well, yes, we do. Our community outreach staff has gone and toured the facility and is very familiar with the programs that they offer. If we can get somebody placed into that program, we have a relationship with them to facilitate that. And, you know, in the future, I don't know how much expansion could occur, but, you know, we're trying to utilize any resources that are available to us, especially bringing those folks down to meet our clients.
If I could speak to the Be Well situation, I'm familiar with the Be Well organization. They really do a lot of good work with the mentally disturbed people and the drug addicted. And my impression has always been that they don't come this far south. And I wanted to find out what it would take to bring them this far south. And I recently, last week, toured, invited the city manager to join me, and we toured the Be Well facility in Orange. They have a 150-bed facility. They have vans with psychiatrists and psychologists that physically will come into the city, will interview the homeless people that need help, and will move them. And we asked, what would it take to bring you into San Clemente? And their response surprised me. They said, we'd love to come to San Clemente with one of our vans. And I said, what would it take? Give us some numbers. What are we looking at? And they sent a letter down that wasn't really responsive to our request, because their response was, we'll cover 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and very expensive, and we didn't need that. What we needed was limited days, limited hours, but their presence here, because they'll take the people physically. And the home, quite frankly, in Irvine, Orange, 150 beds, it was surprisingly sparse in terms of, and I said, do you have vacancy here? And they said, we have a lot of vacancy. And I said, have you ever been filled? And they said, and the lady in charge of the operation for the mobile van said, we've never been filled completely. And not only do they have a 150 facility, they have a 350-bed facility in the Great Park area in Irvine that they're currently building. They're under construction right now. And so I was going to be one of the comments I was going to make was to ask the city to investigate further the Be Well organization. It's a great organization to give mental health assistance to people who really need it. And so Glad to hear that.
Okay.
One more,
Okay.
one
Are you
more-
going to make, are you going to ask for city direction? Because let's wait for public comment and then talk, and then have a discussion afterward, in which case we can.
Okay,
vote on
and
that.
one other thing I just want to mention on the homeless issue. Currently, the Fairview facility in Costa Mesa, originally, before it was shut down, quite a long time ago, housed 2,700 people with beds, kitchens, meeting rooms. That facility's been dormant, but the state currently is asking for about 15 acres of that 100-acre facility to be used for an emergency operations center for the state. The environmental impact report's going on now. I think the public comment section's probably passed, but I was, that's only 15, 16 miles from San Clemente. We're fairly close. So as a possible sheltering facility, I think we ought to consider somehow having some interaction with the state, saying what would it take to, and with the county, to partner with the county to have that as a facility where we could potentially house people that needed a place to sleep in an emergency. Just an observation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before we turn it over to public comment? You have another question?
I would ask, was this the kind of outreach that you could do with those organizations, or do you need direction from the city council? Let me say that again. Are these two organizations, Be Well and Fairview, as mentioned by my colleague, the kind of outreach and connections you can make without direction from the council, or do you think direction is better served?
So with Be Well's existing facilities and the one that's under construction, city staff, in our effort to continually improve our services, will be reaching out to improve those connections to any extent possible. As far as the Fairview property, that would require some direction to city staff on how you want us to proceed with making those communications.
Okay. All right. And if we're going to do that, let's hold off until after public comment. Okay. No other further questions, and let's, how many comments do we have?
3.
3. Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Okay. Donna Vidrine, followed by Kathy Esfahani, followed by Lois McNichol. Donna?
Good evening, Mayor Duncan and council members. My name is Donna Vidrine. I am a San Clemente resident, registered nurse, and business owner. Public homelessness is a serious issue for San Clemente residents. Your creation of the Homeless Task Force is an important step towards effectively addressing this problem. The task force monthly reports add vital transparency and allow the public to intelligently weigh in with their concerns and practical ideas, and to hear the council members' thoughts and comments. I have found the council-directed homeless roundtable meetings useful and productive, with respectful communication and collaboration on practical ideas to address homelessness in San Clemente. When will the next roundtable be scheduled? My requests are: empower the Homeless Task Force to specifically investigate available grant funding. Continue the homeless update as a monthly agenda item, and schedule the next homeless roundtable. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Kathy Esfahani, followed by Lois McNichol.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Esfahani with the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm sure you recall earlier this year, this council took the unfortunate step of voting to prohibit any emergency shelter from opening in our town. That was, of course, an illegal vote because under state law, every city in California must have an SB2 zone, an area in the city where a homeless shelter can open as of right. Advocates for the homeless made a complaint to the state agency, state HCD, that the city's vote was in conflict with its housing element, and HCD took it seriously and investigated. The city's response was, it was an illegal vote. They walked it back because it was a Brown Act violation. It had not been noticed. And so the city was no longer taking that stance. And so HCD closed the case pending further developments. It is my hope that the city will move beyond that unfortunate step and never again say that a homeless shelter cannot open in our town, and instead take a proactive and constructive stance to help solve the crisis in our midst of the homeless people who are in every city in California. And so I would hope to see a new maturity on the part of our city, accepting its responsibility to be part of the solution. I believe every city should have a homeless shelter. We also need permanent supportive housing. We need affordable housing for very low-income people so that they don't fall into homelessness. But, you know, it's really important that this city signal its willingness to accept the help of nonprofits that want to open a shelter here. That we will accept the help that can come from the county and from the state in terms of funding, because there's lots of funding available for housing solutions. But San Clemente has never been willing to ask for that help, to ask for those funds, or to accept them. So I'm hoping, we have a wonderful council. The person who was the main driver of the anti-homeless sentiment in our town is gone. And I sense a real constructive attitude on the part of all of you towards solving this problem. I applaud you for doing that. Our Affordable Housing Coalition wants to work with you to find solutions, and I hope that, that we do move forward in welcoming a shelter in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol?
Hi. I have to agree with many of the comments made by Councilman Knobloch, because he's absolutely correct. When there are shelter beds available and they are no more than 14 or 15 miles away, there is no reason for San Clemente not to take advantage of that. And as far as having a shelter in every single city, that has never been SB 2. I read that bill. I know what that law states. It does not say that every city has to have a shelter. It does not say that. Therefore, the other thing is that the homeless update that we are receiving, I am very sorry to say, does not contain any information. Where is the information about churn, about the homeless that are placed somewhere, but fall out and are back on the streets again? That is a very important number that every single county that has a homeless program, they all count that. Every single one. And I know that because as a supervisor for the homeless programs in Los Angeles County, I had to have that number in my monthly homeless report. So I am aware that that's an important number that needs to be counted, because otherwise we're just spinning our wheels here. If you're telling us that 7 people have been housed, but 3 become unhoused next month, but you don't tell us that. And all the information that we're getting from you is that you contacted these people and 65 wanted assistance, 7 did not want. I do not even know what that means. What are you doing? That report is it has 0 pieces of information in it. And when you're talking about offering assistance, are you going to the Department of Public Social Services? They have a meeting every month and they will help.
All right, thank you. That's our final comment. Any discussion before we move on to the next item?
Would it be appropriate to, from an agenda point of view, to ask staff to pursue the Be Wellness Organization vans in San Clemente for service and transport, and also the Fairview facility?
City Attorney?
So there's no action on this item. I would suggest that you do that during the future items for future agendas.
For future agendas? Okay, I'll wait till later in the
Okay.
evening to do that then. Thank you.
Anyone else want to discuss the item? No? Okay, just want to say, oh, go ahead.
I will say, we haven't had a formal announcement. We did have an event on Monday with the security, the new security that is now out in the streets. I guess this is sort of related, not really related, but related to the extent that they will also assist and help those people. So maybe you could talk about the announcement on Monday and what happened, if you want. Or Andy.
I'm more than happy to do so. So Monday morning, we had Mayor Duncan and council members Cabral and Leffler joined with city staff and some members of the public at the North Beach concession stand to make an announcement about Allied Universal Security kicking off their proactive work starting this week. I think the community comments that were made at that meeting exemplified the appreciation of the community to get this rolling. Andy, if I'm missing anything critical, please.
You know, the only thing I would add is that we've already received some emails from some of the residents. They did notice them out there yesterday. They're very appreciative that there's that many more eyes out, just kind of looking after the community. And just today, I received, I think, 3 different emails with some pictures of some of the private security out there. So they're happy to see that. So I think they're appreciative of your efforts to try and improve the safety in the community.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the team. And also, Carly and Troy do a terrific job. So please pass that on. I look forward to the next
We will. Thank
presentation. And look forward to the quarterly presentation. Thank you.
Quick, at the last meeting, we gave direction to come up with a date where council could go and visit the pallet homes. Has anything been progressed on that?
I don't believe so. I will talk again with Miley in the morning and see if we can organize a date where anybody that would like to go could go, and we can get that organized for sure. I don't believe she's reached out to any council members at this point. There was a lot of vacations in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next, thank you very much. Let's go to the next special presentation.
Okay, next item on our agenda is recognition of our San Clemente High School boys track state champions. So if we can call forward Pierce Clark, Jackson Brownell, Brett Ephraim, and Taj Clark. Come on up.
Well, look, guys, thank you so much for making us proud. And I'm really proud of you. I can say that on behalf of our whole city council. I was going to challenge you to a race, but I see that you're not dressed in your track clothes, so I don't want to embarrass you. We won't do that. No, seriously, we take a lot of pride in our sports, San Clemente High School, one town, one team, but a lot of the other sports get a lot of the recognition. We did get some comments, and I did see it on the scoreboard going by the school talking about you guys and your state championship. And I'm just incredibly impressed. I think you guys are all underclassmen too, or is it? So you'll be back for more next year. And it was great to see the school put that out. It was great that the public reached out to us and notified us. And I'm incredibly glad that we could recognize you here at a city council meeting for your incredible achievement on behalf of our whole town. And I'll let you say a few, I guess, words if you'd like, or one of you as the representative. But and then we'll get the whole council up here for a picture. But first, we have a certificate of recognition here presented to Pierce Clark for the Triton Boys Track 4x800 relay. I guess that's all, you guys. Where's Pierce?
Yeah, maybe you send over here. All right. And also here for our 4x800 relay, of course, Jackson Brownell. All right, thank you, Jackson. And this goes to Brett Ephraim. And last but not least, Taj Clark. Do we have Coach here too, or is it, okay. Yeah, come on up, come on up. I like how you guys are like almost all exactly the same height too. I mean, this is like, the coordination here is just off the charts. Yeah, why don't you say a few words, Coach, just about the team and everything that went into getting this championship.
Well, thank you. This is a great group of kids here. I just wanted to point out, too, that all of these guys were also part of our CIF champion cross-country team in the fall of 2022 and finished second at the state finals and were seventh in the nation. The Nike National Championships for cross-country is the only true high school championship in any sport in the nation. So these guys were part of a team that was truly ranked number 7 in the nation this last year. So it was a big accomplishment there, and then of course what they did for cross-country season, or for track season this year, huge accomplishment. And the great thing is we get them all back next year. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're expecting the state championship in both track and cross-country next year. They suck in, but you guys don't need to. All right, thanks guys, appreciate Yeah.
I thought runners were all short guys. Jeez.
They need long legs. I guess you need long legs.
Sure that wasn't the surf team there?
Everyone looks like a surfer in San Clemente, thanks. And Coach, congrats on your retirement, which you just heard about. Okay.
All right.
No, on to oral communications.
Oral
Thank you, City
Communications,
Clerk.
Part 1. Nelson Coburn, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Rick Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilmen, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start off by thanking the city staff for your continued commitment and service to our community. My name is Nelson Coburn, a local resident, business owner, retired veteran, as well as the current Commandant for the Marine Corps League here in San Clemente. Since the early 1940s, when Camp Pendleton was established, the city has had a rich relationship with the Marine Corps. There are around 55,000 active duty service members stationed there, with another 15,000 per year of new Marines that graduate from MCRD San Diego that will attend School of Infantry not far from here. When given the opportunity from time off, many of these young men and women will frequent our city to relax from training they are undergoing. On any given Sunday or Saturday, you will see many Marines walking up and down the streets looking for things to do. But like many other youngsters and young adults, they end up at the beach. Since many of these Marines are in transit status, they are not allowed to have a car and are limited to walking, riding the bus, or taking the trolley to get around our city. Most places in America with this large amount of service members in their cities have things like a veteran center, a USO, or a place where they can relax while in town. The city used to have a USMC service center that was established in 1966, located at 154 Avenida Victoria. That building since has been torn down. I would like to propose that the city have a veteran community center and to dedicate a building structure, or land that could be utilized by the active duty members and veterans that come to our city. This could provide things like computers, video games, pool tables, locker, light snacks, etc. The primary focus would be those young Marines attending School of Infantry. Further, it could also be the hub to provide our many local veterans with support on mental health and family assistance issues. This building should be located in town. I understand how valuable land is, but somewhere at least within walking distance. I don't expect the city and the taxpayers for a handout. I'm confident with the support of veteran organizations in town, we can make this work and raise the funds needed to make this a reality, so we can give a place for service members to find peace and joy while they're off duty, living near or in our city. I have read the previous minutes from June, where many citizens voiced their concerns about the events that happened at the pier among the youth and the Marines. I wouldn't necessarily agree with all of them that our city's relationship with the Marine Corps is tarnished. I feel that it's as bad as it was an isolated incident, and the city has a great relationship with the Marine Corps. However, the bigger issue I feel that is at hand is that both the Marines and our youth need more options or things to do in our community. In closing, I want to thank the city for the quick response to that incident that happened at the pier and ensuring that everyone knew this isn't the type of city we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have to deliver on that and show through actions we are the city that always has and will continue to support our Marines and our veterans. Semper Fi.
Thank you, Nelson. Appreciate it.
In 1996, Bob Bulow, who was a member of the Chamber of Commerce and still a resident of San Clemente, stepped at the podium here and suggested that the city adopt a Marine Corps unit. We adopted 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, and they are still our adopted Marine Corps unit after all these years. We were one of the first, if not the first, in the nation to adopt a Marine Corps unit. So how can we revitalize and help revitalize our relationship with the United States Marine Corps, especially 2-4? Well, certainly, City Council is an important integral part of that. For example, next week at 2-4, we have a change of command, and hopefully all of you can be there for the change of command. That's really very, very important. What else can we do? Well, you know, we have a banner that goes across South El Camino Real. So, for example, we have a new CO who's going to be coming to 2-4. We could certainly put across that banner, welcome Lieutenant Colonel, whatever his name will be, to 2-4. Because we've never done that before, but it really shows the community how much we can really become involved with the Marine Corps here. Perhaps we can also revise our mission statement, if it has not already been revised, to show that we do support the United States Marine Corps wholeheartedly. Several years ago, we had a parade down Del Mar, Avenida Del Mar. It was a huge parade, not only by Marines and a full Marine Corps band, but also by city officials, various community organizations, and a collection of classic cars. It was incredible. And so we could have another one here early next year, sometime perhaps in April or May, where we could have another parade down Avenida Del Mar, accumulating at Park Semper Fi, with a ceremony at Park Semper Fi, and we could have a barbecue for the Marines on the beach. But these are some of the things that we can really do to help revitalize our relationship with the United States Marine Corps. 2-4 is an important combat infantry battalion. We really need to stand up, and we really need to help these guys here in San Clemente when they come. And the idea that Nelson just put forth is an incredible idea. We're still digging up historic records about where this place was in Avenida Victoria and pictures of it that way back when. But we really need to revitalize our relationship with them, and I think that we're certainly can do that this coming year. So we look forward to it, and we all look forward to having you next Thursday at the change of command at 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rick Rodriguez, followed by Amanda.
Good evening, Council. My name is Richard Rodriguez. I'm from Rod's Tree Service and the current chairman of the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce. My grandfather, Rod Rodriguez, has always been a huge supporter of the Marines and given back so much to our military community. I have been raised in this community and know that this community shows a lot of love and support to our local Marines. As a community, I would like to continue growing our support for our local Marines. One way I think we can achieve this is by creating a military-themed playground at one of our local parks. I have a 2-year-old son, and we spend a lot of time at the playgrounds. One of the things he is most fascinated with is when we drive by Camp Pendleton and he sees the helicopters flying in the air, the heavy-duty trucks driving by, and seeing our Navy ships off the coast. Our youth would love to have a military-themed playground. Within the playground, each playground structure can represent a different branch of the United States Armed Forces: the Marine Corps, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, and Air Force. I believe this will be a good way to connect our local youth to our military community. Having a military-themed playground will be more fun and exciting than a local playground set that we already have in other parks throughout the city. One of the existing military-themed playground parks is the William R. Gaines Jr. Veteran Memorial Park in Port Charlotte, Florida. It was designed by Playcraft Systems, and their playgrounds have an Air Force jet, a military helicopter, an Army tank, a Coast Guard boat, and a 3-story Space Force spaceship. The city of San Clemente already has it in their budget that they upgrade one playground park every year. The next playground parks to be upgraded is the Talega Park and the Tierra Grande Park. It would be really nice to see one of those parks be converted into a military-themed playground. We want to ensure that the members of the military feel appreciated and welcome when they come to San Clemente. By implementing this plan, we can create a tangible way to honor our military families. Thank you. I would also like to thank the mayor and the council and city manager for your kind words on my passing of my grandfather, Rod Rodriguez. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ricky.
Amanda, followed by Lois McNichol.
I have a presentation. Next slide, please. So I saw an article in the OC Register, private security patrols start in San Clemente. Next slide. I understand we all make mistakes with typos, omissions of words, like I did in the first sentence, and possibly there, was a misunderstanding when the writer or reporter stated that adding that hiring the private security firm was not his favorite idea, insinuating that that it was Mayor Duncan's, go back one, I'm sorry, I think there, one more back. So basically, it kind of insinuates that it was Mayor Duncan's idea. However, it was former council member Gene James and Rick Loeffler who first started that. Next slide, please. Mayor Chris Duncan voted no, and whether it was an understanding, still insinuates that that was not his favorite idea. Next slide. I want to know, I've seen this on social media and on his Mayor Chris Duncan page, and I'm just wondering what kind of studies were done to come with the conclusion that crime is down. Next slide, please. This brings me to an article in the San Clemente Times, and I was just wondering what Mayor Duncan was signing. Next slide, please. So this was what Mayor Duncan was signing in the photo, the commemorative memorandum, and that did not come before the city council. Next slide. Go back. I think it's, you know what, it's on a timer and it's not right. Anyway, so we all seen a couple of letter that Mayor Duncan had done. This is another letter to the Coastal Commission trying to be on there, and it didn't come before the city council. And hopefully it'll come back. Next slide, please. So next slide. And here's another letter on city letterhead with all the members of the city council. So I don't know if that was brought up. I don't think it was. And so, we're still having some concerns regarding use of city letterhead, and I know that you're running for state assembly, but however, it's commingling of you as a mayor and using your personal emails and having your hyperlinks and emails is a concern, and I hope that the residents are aware of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol?
I took some time last weekend to advise and inform local businesses about SB 553, which in one of the city council meetings that I was at, we were informed that we had somebody at the state level looking out for bills that would be detrimental or would impact the city. SB 553 would make it illegal for shopkeepers to prevent someone from shoplifting in their own store. And they would be charged with a crime, and they would go to jail. But I have not heard a peep from this city council on this particular bill. What happened to all of the information that we were supposed to be getting from the consultant, or do we no longer have that person? Because it is very easy to read the bills and find out which ones will impact the city. You do not have to spend $50,000 for a consultant. I used to do that also. I used to go through all the bills and find out which ones would impact the Department of Public Social Services in my particular section. It is very easy to simply turn around that algorithm and find out which ones would impact cities. That is what I did when I found SB 553. It's simply an issue where they said, okay, it's not enough to raise up it's only a misdemeanor for stealing from a store up to $950. But since 3 shoplifters were stopped and were hurt, then now we need this one that tells shopkeepers and employees, do not touch those shoplifters. Leave them alone. Well, how are they supposed to run a business if they can't even stop people from stealing from them?
Thank you.
That's all I have for oral communications. So next up is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
just real quick, because I don't want to get past it before it happens, but I'd like to suggest that we maybe after the closed session report, before the consent calendar, we move item 9B up in the agenda. That's the Casa Romanica. I know we have numerous speakers, and it's probably going to take a little time, and just for their...
City Clerk, do we have a number of comments for item 9B?
We have 8 speaker cards.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to move item 9B up to after the closed session report and before consent calendar.
Second.
Motion is Leffler, second is Knobloch. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, any motion on to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second. Okay, motion is Knobloch, second is Cabral. All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. And now we're on to consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Hearing none. City Clerk?
None. Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Council met in closed session on item A, and there was no reportable action. Council met in closed session on item B, the first 2 cases, the City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency. The cases are listed in the agenda. Direction was given. There was no reportable action. Council also met in closed session on Ferguson versus San Clemente. The case numbers listed in the agenda. Direction was given. There's no reportable action. And the council met in closed session on item C. Direction was given. There was no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 9B, consideration of directing future repairs at Casa Romanica, finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and appropriating $8,583,560 in funding.
First, we'll have our staff report, then we'll take public comments.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Kyle Koger, Public Works Director, City Engineer. With me tonight, I have Kevin Colson, Vice President with LGC Geotechnical Engineers. We're here to talk about future repairs at the Casa Romanica landslide. Here's a photo that was taken the morning of June 5th after the last landslide. This was after we had done some remedial work for 3 weeks beforehand. You can see where it slid. There's the lower slope that morning. And then I took some photos yesterday showing the slide where it's continuing to move, creep slowly, not that much, but it's still moving. And there's the lower slope. And you can see in the right-hand side, the wall that MetroLink just finished last week. The preliminary design, at this point, there's more permanent repairs that are needed to secure the building and site prior to the winter rain season. I believe this project should move forward as a design build due to the emergency nature. We're proposing the slope to be stabilized by using 100 to 110-foot long tiebacks drilled horizontally into the slope. The tiebacks will be constructed 5 to 6 feet on center, and we will secure the tiebacks with 4 rows of grade beams. I'll have some photos a little later in the presentation to show you. Sections of the slope would then be excavated as grade beams are constructed, and we would start at the top of the slope and move down. Once the rupture surface or the failure plane is reached, we'd start rebuilding the slope by placing and compacting backfill containing layers of geogrid reinforcement. It's hard to see. This is a preliminary plan of the slope failure area. You see the blue line is basically the area that failed. And here's a cross-section of the proposed fix of the slope. You'll see 4 sets of the purple, that's the tiebacks with the grade beams holding the slope back. The green area is the slope that would have to be rebuilt after the grade beams and tiebacks are installed. You'll see lines, that's the geogrid reinforcement placed every 2 to 3 feet, starting at the bottom of the slope and working back up towards the slope to finish repairing the slope. Here's some construction photos from other job sites of similar construction. This is a mat of rebar. That's what they'll use, shotcrete it to make the grade beam. And then after that, they have plastic pipe that's placed in the shotcrete wall. They will take a drill rig and drill the 100-foot long tiebacks horizontally back into the slope. This is kind of what it'll look like when it's finished. And here's another job site similar to ours where you can see the grade beams and tiebacks at the very top of the slope as they're working their way down the slope. Another figure. Talking about contractor selections, staff called around and there's no local companies that have the equipment or personnel that are able to perform the specialty work. Staff reached out to several shoring contractors in Southern California about their availability to do the work. Some of the larger contractors said they could start work immediately, but they would need 2 weeks to prepare a proposal, and they wouldn't mobilize until a contract was finalized. Smaller contractors would require longer lead times and would have issues with ordering and receiving materials. If we decided not to go with Alliance and ask for additional proposals, this will delay the project at least 6 weeks. And I believe that any proposals that we receive will be very conservative due to the uncertain nature of the work, as the overall site design hasn't been completed. Alliance was able, the company that came in on the initial round, first round of repairs, Alliance, was able to come to agreement on a contract and mobilize within a week when contacted after initial landslide to start work, and they can mobilize within a week to start the next repairs. I talked to them this morning. They said if I give them the go-ahead tomorrow morning, they could start by the next Wednesday. And they have done many projects of similar size and scope. The fiscal impact, Alliance gave me a not-to-exceed price of $7.8 million to construct, for the shoring system construction and to rebuild the slope. This does have a 10% contingency in it. We also got costs for more engineering that's needed, testing, inspection, surveying, civil site design, came in just under $800,000. We're predicting it could take up to a year to shore and reconstruct the slope. It could be shorter, but as a conservative timeframe, it could be up to a year. Potential funding sources would be FEMA, the JPIA. Most likely, if you approve the work tonight, we'll have to, we would probably consider delaying one of our future CIP projects. The Mariposa Bridge, I feel like, is fine as it is right now. We could push it out a couple of years, use the funding, which is roughly $8 million allocated today, to start paying for some of this work. And that's the end of my presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Koger here? Oh, let's start with Councilmember Enmeyer.
Just a quick 2 questions. One, that year to complete, are you worried at all that coming into another rainy season that we will have some delays due to that rain, or that we could see another slope failure in the midst of this work project?
I'm worried about us getting started right now. I'd like to start right away. That gives us about 3 months until the rainy season starts. We can secure a good part of that slope and take other measures to get through the rainy season coming up. I don't want to go through this upcoming rainy season without starting work. I realize this is not the ideal way to do a job. Typically, you go out and you do your investigation, you put together complete plans and specifications, you go out to bid, you get your bid, you pick your lowest bidder, and you go from there. We just don't have time for that.
My other question is, what's the lifespan on one of these projects that other hillsides have gone through?
That's
indefinite. It'll be there forever.
50, 100 years.
Okay. And is there worry about environmental impact because of that?
So I've had 3 conversations with the Coastal Commission to talk about the emergency repairs and also to talk about this last round of repairs. They seem okay with our approach. They want to be kept in the loop, so we will do that. The grade beams and the tiebacks that you saw in those photos, they will actually be covered up by soil. So it'll look just like a natural slope that can be planted once we're through. It'll be very natural looking. It won't be a wall of concrete.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leffler.
Yeah, the 1,700 gallons of water that's leaching through there, I went down and actually, saw it, and that's not just because of the last rains we've had. Apparently, that soil leaches continuously anyway. What's in the plan as far as, like, I guess there's like something you put in like a well box or something somewhere and then reroute the water to where it reroutes either under the railroad tracks or down to a natural wash or whatever. Is that part of this reconstruction?
Yeah, there'll be subdrains constructed behind each grade beam, and there'll be subdrains at the back of the fill every 30 feet vertical. They're currently planned to be outletted via non-perforated pipe to the slope face, where they slowly weep out to the slope face.
Thank you.
Unless there's a storm drain we can tie into, we can certainly do that, but I don't believe there is.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabral.
Yeah, one of the concerns I have is that I know when we were doing the original testing, and thank you for taking me out there and walking the grounds, but we had drilled at 2 different locations out there and came up with nothing but sand. And so what worries me is that when you even putting your tiebacks and other equipment into sand, essentially, because we know the sand goes all the way to the parking lot, how does it stay? Is there, I mean, is it, the other projects that were done, were they done similarly situated buildings that were built on sand?
I'll let Kevin respond to that, but regarding our situation, the top 30 feet of the site is sand, but there's a Capistrano Formation bedrock clay that's beneath that. So we'll actually angle the tiebacks down into that layer. So the grade beam will be up against the sand, but the tiebacks that go into the slope will be founded in a different type of material.
So we know there's Capistrano then there. Okay, that was my big worry. The second thing on the water that's flowing, that water has always been there, hasn't it?
We believe it has. This situation is not unique. You see it up and down the coastline. When the landslide occurred, it could have directed all the water to kind of one location, and maybe that's why it seems worse. But, at one time, it was probably slowly seeping out, a large area of that face of that slope, and just kind of got all directed to one side there.
I always depend on Google, and I look at Google Maps where it says the water rivers are and flow, and that's right above Casa Monica. There's a river end there. So, I don't know how you stop the natural flow of water from the mountains down to the ocean, but you'll figure it out, right? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
The tiebacks are about 100 to 110 feet. Is there a high degree of confidence that you're actually going to be able to enter the clay layer and the bedrock area with that distance?
Yes, they're designed, there's some conservatism in there. They'll be a little bit longer than where we're projecting the clay bed, but the clay bed is very uniform. There's 2 clay beds actually. And the plan is to drill past the clay bed and anchor in the bedrock behind it. So yes, we have confidence in that.
Okay, and if the clay layer is farther away than you anticipated, do you have enough distance to be able to be sure to access it?
Yeah, these aren't, in the world of tiebacks, these aren't very long tiebacks. So the lengths we're given are for the unbonded length to hit the target depth, and then the structural engineer will design the bonded length, which is the portion that anchors into the bedrock behind.
You mentioned in the presentation that you had 4 rows of tiebacks. Where's the highest row start, and how far down does it go? Clear down to the train track layer, or does it just go down partway down the hill, or how far down do those 4 rows go?
I don't have the elevations on the top of my head, but as you come down from Casa Romantica, there's about a 10-feet layer of sandy clay. The first row of tiebacks is going to be about there. It's going to be about a 12-foot high wall. It's going to help encapsulate the sand. And again, we cut down the slope as we install these. The next row will be right below that. So we'll have 2 rows covering the sand layer and again, anchoring into the bedrock below. Then we're going to have a gap coming down. There's a 3rd row that's going to, it's complicated, but there's actually 2 landslide rupture surfaces there. There's a higher one that everybody saw fail. There's a lower one that pushed the spoils dirt out towards the train tracks later in the game. So we're going to have to stabilize both of those landslides and both of the clay beds behind that's underneath Casa Romantica. So the upper 2 rows help stabilize the upper clay bed. The 3rd row down stabilizes both the upper clay bed and the lower clay bed. And then the 4th row stabilizes a block of left-in-place landslide material and the lower clay bed again below.
Approximately how many tiebacks are you envisioning actually using to accomplish those 4 rows?
It's around 180 to 200.
Okay, and this contract is for time and materials, and I guess how are we monitoring the contract to make sure that the work is actually being done appropriately and per the agreement?
It'll be the same way that we did the first phase of repairs. So Caltrans has a workbook. You can keep track of the daily logs for all the employees on site, what they get paid per hour, the equipment on site, what the hourly charge is for that equipment. It's a real handy tool. The contractor will make that available to us when they submit their invoices. You can check everything.
So the contractor will be doing that monitoring work, and you'll be monitoring it, or we have a consultant that will be monitoring it?
We will have a consultant on site monitoring that as well.
Okay, and has there been any discussion with the county on contributing, because this will obviously make their train track safer, I know we've looked at various grant options that you're looking at and funds, but has the county offered to contribute, or is there any sense that they might participate in the cost?
No, but we have, we're still in a disaster period because of the winter rains that actually hasn't closed yet. That's, the state is accumulating all these damage costs for all the cities in Orange County. I've been told once those damages hit 14 million, then that allows FEMA to come in and start providing some funding. We haven't hit that level yet, but the period hasn't closed either, so I'm hopeful, that might be an opportunity as well, but not sure.
Okay. My last question is regarding the timing of the contract. This is a one-year contract. Do you foresee any possibility that the work wouldn't be completed within the 1 year, given rain or potentially another slide?
It's possible. I mean, I can't predict what'll happen. If we have a really wet winter and things happen, I don't anticipate it taking longer.
I guess my only concern there is if it didn't happen within a year, then the contractor would be able to come back and say, well, it's not 7.8 anymore, it's now 10.5 or some larger number. Is it?
I mean, there's always an out for a contractor due to extenuating circumstances. If we get an earthquake or a lot of rain or...
I guess my question is, would it be possible to have that contract not be limited to 1 year, but a contract for a job certain to complete the 4 rows with the 180-some tiebacks, even if it took 13 months rather than 11 and a half or 3 months?
We can do that, yeah.
That would be my suggestion. I just generally don't like contracts with time limit when we're looking for a function to be completed.
We can do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, Kyle. What is the threat to Casa Romanica now? I mean, you sort of alluded to it, but we have the inclinometer on the, I guess, Casa Romanica side of the slide that shows no movement, I think at this point still, right? That's right. So we don't have movement at Casa Romanica, but if say we delayed or didn't take action, is Casa Romanica in direct threat of being undermined, I guess, and why, if so?
I'm going to let Kevin speak to that.
Sure.
He's been running figures of how stable the slope is under Casa, and I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, we've run slope stability analysis based on the data we gathered in our evaluation. It's extremely tenuous right now.
Okay.
So it's teetering on failure, in simplified terms.
Why?
The driving forces versus the resisting forces. The main factor is we have a clay bed, 2 clay beds, dipping steeply out of slope that are extremely weak.
Can everybody hear, by the way? Okay, cool. Yes.
So as you've seen, we pulled the landside failure, the upper landside failure off the condo complex more than once. It's sitting on a very slick surface. There's water there. It wants to keep sliding. We've unloaded a bunch of dirt off of it, trying to stop the driving force on that landslide. It still wants to slide. It's very tenuous. And that's what our calculations are showing us.
And then the sand that's under Casa Romanica will want to naturally sort of fill in that gap, I guess, as the other.
The sand is, it's not as deep as it looks. It's about 10 feet down to, at the surface at the lower point, but it's about a 20-foot thick layer of very friable sand with very low cohesion. So we're very concerned about that, in addition to the big failures that could happen on the clay beds. Locally, that sand wants to collapse, which is what we saw when we saw the videos of the early movements where it slid out for a while and then the whole hillside just collapsed. Right. Because that sand doesn't have a lot of cohesion. It wants to collapse. The more it dries out, the more likely that's going to occur, which could be a local failure affecting the rear of Casa Romantica. So that's also a real concern, as well as the global failure concerns.
So not just the terrace, but the structure itself, actually the building itself, maybe not the front part, but at least the back part.
Yeah, the more proximal parts of the landside, the higher the threat. But there's threat from, yes, that sand collapsing, yes, the upper clay bed causing another landside failure, and the deeper clay bed as well, causing another landside failure, chasing back into Casa Romantica.
Right. Okay. And then it's an important, cultural center, a lot of history there, really important to San Clemente in particular, but also the region. Maybe this is for the city manager, but is there any funding there associated because of the historical importance of Casa Romanica?
I believe there is. We have had some preliminary discussions, not only at the state and county level, but also at the federal level. And there's kind of a graduation, if you will. You start at the county level, then you move to the state, and then you move to the federal, and we're pursuing all those. In fact, Kyle and I just talked today about assigning some staff to that specific issue, to just hound this, to make sure that we get any federal assistance or state assistance that we can find.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, I think this has a historical relevance even beyond our region, and I think if there is funding for historical preservation, this is where it should go. So
It's on the registry, so yeah.
it's on the federal registry, right? So let's make sure we leverage all those options too, because this is a lot of money for the city to bear to preserve this. It's worthwhile, I think, but we're taking that on for something that has significance well beyond just the city limits. So thank you, guys. Any other questions?
I just one quick follow-up question, if I could. Currently, the patio of the casa, the vertical wall is right under the patio. When you begin doing the remediation work, do you envision removing the patio or doing the tie-ins with the current condition and removing it afterwards? Or what do you envision immediately with that wall there?
I talked to the contractor today to get his thoughts. He'd like to leave the patio in place and work from below, put the grade beams, tiebacks in, and then once we get finished with the slope, we can deal with the patio.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just have one more.
Yeah, one more.
So a little bit of concern, when we started the work a month ago, 2 months ago, then another landslide happened shortly after we began the work. You said that the situation's still very tenuous. Is there concern that once we begin this emergency work, that it could lead to another time delay because of another landslide?
There's that potential, but we're prepared for that. The contractor's prepared for that. We've done this sort of thing before. And the plan is to attack from the top down. That'll be the riskiest moment where we're going to start working. We're going to work on the existing backscarp as much as possible so we don't have to cut into the property any further. But start constructing the first stabilization element, which will be the first row of tiebacks. Anchor that in, that begins the protection of Casa Romantica. Casa Romantica is the #1 goal, to protect that structure, to keep it intact. As we come down, we're removing more landside. This time we're exporting everything, as this is why this is such a costly endeavor. We're going to have to export all the dirt to make this excavation down, to install the stabilization system, and then bring all that dirt back in again. Once we remove the rupture surface, or both rupture surfaces, we can rebuild the slope. Very similar to how it was. We're going to have to use geogrid reinforcement because it's a steeper than typical slope, but we're trying to preserve the natural, configuration that it was originally. But yeah, it's going to be tenuous. It's going to be tough. I believe we have a safety cushion between the landslide failure and where the condos are, and there's a buffer now down at the train tracks. So we have a little bit of room to play with, but we're going to be as cautious as we can be.
Mayor, there's such a high level of public interest in this. We will also make sure that we post on a regular basis, at least weekly, some photos about what's happening, because you can't get on the site. People are going to be very interested in what's happening, so we'll try to make sure to keep everybody informed through some photographs and some explanation about what's happening in the project.
Okay, Councilor Archibald.
Yeah, two points. I know we had talked about the contractors that they're going to use. Is there any local subcontractors that are going to be tied into this project?
So the contractor that I'm proposing we hire is out of Escondido. He said he'd be happy to use some local contractors hauling materials and some other things. So I think there's an opportunity to let some local vendors get a piece of this.
Yeah. And the other thing I'm a little bit confused about is because I sort of heard two things, that Casa Romantica itself was sort of stabilized, but I know that the hillside is still slipping, right? Every day, a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's not stabilized.
Okay.
I apologize if I misstated that, but.
No, that's what I had heard before in other discussions, that the building itself.
The landslide itself is tenuous. It's moving slightly. It could move more. It could sit still for a while, but it's tenuous. And more importantly, Casa Romantica, where it sits, is also just nearly as tenuous.
The inclinometer that's near the rear of the building, we haven't seen any movement. which is a good thing.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it couldn't very soon.
Okay.
And I would add that my firm is local, the civil engineer and surveyor are local as well, so there are local.
I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
Just a real quick follow-up. When you export the sand, do the work, and bring the imported earth material back, is the surface then going to be covered with gunite or landscape or left natural dirt? What's the surface going to look like when you're done?
It'll look as close to what it looked like originally. It's going to be landscape.
With landscape,
again,
okay,
yes.
thank you.
You won't see any of the geograde, you won't see the tiebacks or the tieback walls. It'll be buried.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear the public comments.
Okay, first three speakers, Mark Laura, Chuck Hartman, and David Peter.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan, members of the City Council, City Manager Hall. My name is Mark Loria. My wife and I have owned a condominium here in San Clemente in Reefgate for 22 years. We selected San Clemente because it was the beach town of my childhood, and I have many fond memories, including at the end of each summer, buying shoes for school at Sam's. For my wife and I, San Clemente has lived up to, and in fact has exceeded, in many cases, our expectations. Reefgate is a complex of 72 condominiums, which have been in San Clemente for a half century. For many of us, buying a condominium at Reefgate started out as a beachside retreat and a second home, but currently many of us now call Reefgate our primary residence. All of us love San Clemente and have worked hard to be good neighbors in the San Clemente Pier Bowl area. The Casa Romantica slide on April 27th devastated the serenity of our community. 30 homeowners needed to be relocated because of red and yellow tagging. One homeowner is still unable to use the condominium that has been in his family for decades. A wall and a fence were destroyed, compromising our security. Sections of our grounds were destroyed. And as you've already heard, 1,700 gallons of water per day are flowing onto our property. Immediately after the slide, we sent an email to Andy asking for assistance in putting our community back together. I do want to thank Andy, and I want to thank Kyle and the entire San Clemente staff who have been attentive, they've been caring, and they've been responsive. I've worked with a number of city officials throughout my career, and I have found that Andy and Kyle are exceptional in their professionalism. I also want to thank you, Chris Duncan and Victor Cabral, who represented the City Council at our first slide meeting held here at City Hall. The Reefgate community is grateful for the work that has happened to date. Unfortunately, there is still much to be done to mitigate the severe impact from the Casa Romantica slide on our community. The slide, as you've heard, is still advancing on our property, threatening our A building. The railroad has now completed their barriers and the trains are once again running. At Reefgate, we still have a condominium uninhabitable. Security fencing in disrepair.
Sorry, Mark, we have to cut you off at the 3-minute mark.
Okay, I will.
But we did get your written comments.
Great.
Thank
I'll
you.
hand these in
Yeah.
too. Thank you.
Chuck Hartman, followed by David Peter, followed by John Sullivan.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Chuck Hartman. I'm a long-term resident. My kids went to high school here. My grandkids went to high school here. I'm a professional engineer with 45 years of experience in hillside grading and have been the principal at 3 different consulting firms in South Orange County. I've actually been on some projects where one of the team members was Kevin Colson from LGC. I also have a unit that's directly adjacent to the landslide. The unit that Mark was speaking about that's uninhabitable, His ceiling is my floor. It's been, we've been through a lot. We were evacuated for about 3.5 weeks, the end of April, first part of May. As Mark said, we're really, really happy with the response time that we got from Andy Hall, from Kyle Koger, from Kevin, from Mayor Chris Duncan, and also Rick Loeffler came out to our site last Saturday, and we toured it for about an hour. He got to walk inside Unit 6, which is the one that's offline, and I think you just have to be in there to really understand the gravity of that. I think they did a really good job in their presentation of explaining what the current condition on the slide is. So I'm not going to revisit that, and I do think that the approach, the engineering approach and the geological approach to this is solid. The concerns that we have is that water activates the slide, and the slide right now is fractured. There's really large fractures, like 2 to 3 feet wide, most of them. And with the coming rains, it says the El Nino is predicted to be, they call it historically strong, whatever that means. I guess that depends on which channel you're watching. But it's also, there's a lot of them are saying that it's scheduled to arrive early. So that's a big concern of ours, because when the rain does come, it's going to go down those fractures, it's going to reactivate the slide, there's no question. And so I'm hoping that we can get on this a lot sooner as opposed to later. I've worked with a lot of grading contractors in my career, and I watched Allied one afternoon, I think it was either a Friday or a Saturday afternoon, the slide kicked loose. Within 2 hours, these guys were on the site. Within 3 hours, they had equipment on the site. And they worked into the night, and they kept our unit safe. So it's a solid company.
Thank you. Appreciate it, yep. Sorry, I have to cut you off there.
Right.
Yep.
I just want to say.
I'm sorry, we can't go beyond the 3 minutes. It's the law.
David Peter, followed by John W. Sullivan, followed by Storm Switzer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Dave Peter. I've got a local engineering firm, and we do this type of work. I've also been a board member on the Casa Romanica for over 22 years, so I've been monitoring the slopes around town. I've seen all the landslides. I've been involved in a lot of them. I know the Grinke boys with Alliance. I've known them for over 25 years. They used to be my size, but they got big. They're a $60 million a year company. They're young, they're aggressive, they bid low. I've drilled for them, I've worked for them, we share equipment. The CASA can't wait for a normal design and send it out, get all the ideas. You wait too long, they didn't bring up the sand thing with the angle of repose. Normal angle of repose of sand is 33 degrees. If you were at 45 degrees, 30 feet down, that puts it 30 feet back under the casa. If the sand moves during a seismic event, which could happen, you'll lose the solarium, you'll be all the way into the courtyard. Now, while I'd love to do the work, I'm not big enough right now. I have not bonded public works, so I couldn't get a bond. The Grinke boys can do all that. They're actually willing to sub to me if that's what it takes to get the council to approve this to move ahead. I agree with LGC's method and proposed repair. When you're all done, all you'll see is a graded slope, kind of like when you leave San Clemente heading toward Short Cliffs. All those graded bluffs, that was the best thing anybody could have ever done. Cut it back and grade it. You will have no more sliding other than maybe some superficial stuff on really, really heavy rains. You can work during an active slide You just got to be smart about it. So if it's, while they were moving all that dirt out, that ground was still moving. So I put my drill rig on it for a test hole, and we had to move it off on Saturday because I got a phone call that said, hey, we got a few cracks. So I was out of town and had my driller move the rig off. So I'm in agreement for proceeding with Alliance, proceeding with LGC's recommended repair. It's already been proven to work up in LA, and LA is a bear to get permits. They are afraid of their shadow up there. So if this is approved by them, I've seen it. And the other thing I like is that if we get a contractor in there that just figures he's going to run roughshod.
Thank you.
I won't be able to help as a
Appreciate
board
it.
member.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do.
John W. Sullivan, followed by Storm Switzer, followed by Amy Flores.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. If you can't, I'll pull the mic out. My name is John Sullivan. I was the president of Reefgate from 2003 to 2019. My wife and I, Jane, we are 21-year residents of Reefgate. It's our permanent home, and we want to see it get back to where it was. It is so critical that you approve this proposal from Andy Hall and his staff. I want to thank Mr. Hall. I know Mark Loria and all the city staff have worked together closely since the slide took place, and you've been very helpful. Through the first movement there, when that slide was being pushed back up, we were so hopeful that that would conclude it and we'd be able to get back to our systems on that south side of the A building. But it all came back again. Now, I want to talk a little bit about that, if I could. First of all, you have to move forward on this. It's essential because of the impending rainy season, and also we're getting reports about an El Nino again. There is no drainage right now on the south side of our A building and part of the B building. The drainage that's in that soil there comes from your parking lot, and it goes directly down the border line, and they were in-ground grates along the way down to the rail culvert. That was destroyed right there where the cypress trees are in your garden, all the way down to the rail line. So there's no drainage at all. When the rain hits and it comes out of your parking lot in that area, it's going to hit the slide area, and it's just going to come right out of the pipe. You can't stop it. Even if you stop, the water's got to go someplace. So it'll wind up on the soil that's now on the side of the A building, and we'll have a mud disaster on our hands in the A building in that corner. You got to get that drain repaired when you're doing this initial work, if you agree on this proposal. Otherwise, we're going to have a terrible mess there around Unit 6 and all. The second thing is this. There's a lot of water that is still moving down underneath that soil. We have two small streams right off of the A building walkway at that corner. We've managed to put a little bit of a puddle there. We ran a 2-inch piece of PVC down our walkway, so the water is draining out down towards the rail culvert. But that is temporary.
Okay, sir, thank you.
And
I can't let you go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And we've got it.
Okay, thank
We
you.
understand
There's
it. Thank you, sir.
a tremendous amount of gallons of water every day.
Yes.
That are going down that.
All
You've
right.
got to figure out where that water's coming from.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris.
Storm Switzer, followed by Amy Flores, followed by Ernie Garcia.
Thank you very much for your time and the effort. It's, I'd like to say it was a pleasure to be here, but anyway, I am a full-time resident at Reefgate, and we have been there for 21 years. And I've always enjoyed living next to Costa Romantica because as I walk down my outside patio, I see beautiful, lush landscaping, and it is delightful. my husband and I were out of town when this slide happened, so we were, it was surreal to us when everybody around the country, our friends, were calling us and saying, are you okay? We were okay, but we didn't get to go home. And that was kind of sad. And then when I went back to my condo, my beautiful condo, the lush San Clemente Casa was a mudslide. And that felt terrible. But you guys came in and you graded it, and it looked great. Thank you. But then 2 days later, it slid again, and luckily, we were kind of ready for it. The people in our association reinforced the Unit 6 where the slide was coming to it, and Chuck made a little water thing to divert the water out of this slide. So we're okay, and I feel pretty okay right now. But I know, because of all of the things we've been telling about, El Nino, rains, etc., I won't feel safe when the rains come, because I may have to lose my home and be out again. And I really urge you to go forward with this, and so we can go back in our home. And also, I wanted to address, the side of our building is open where the slide took out the wall and the fence, and we've had marauders, uninvited, into our complex. And I know that's kind of a tricky issue for us. So, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Amy Flores, followed by Ernie Garcia, followed by Walter Switzer.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Amy Flores, and I live at Reef Gate, where my husband Jim and I are full-time residents there for the last 15 years. On behalf of both of us, I want to extend our appreciation for all of your efforts and the cooperative way that you've worked with our community since the slide in April. I also want to say thank you for responding to my email so promptly, each and every one of you. Having a responsive team at the city has kept the situation as positive and productive as possible, and we hope that as the project moves forward, that we'll continue to be good neighbors and partners. As you know, the slide leveled some of our security structures on the south end of our building. Stormy just mentioned that. The chain link fencing and cement block wall that ran along the southern end of Reef Gate provided a security barrier for our residents. Those structures were completely destroyed during the slide, and it's left a large breach in our security boundary that not only affects our lower building, but allows marauders or anyone who wants to have access to our entire complex. Individual units, our garages, and storage areas. It's very unsettling, to say the least. This safety concern has been echoed by almost every resident I've spoken with at Reef Gate. So restoring those barriers is a major priority for our residents, in addition to stabilizing the hillside. And we'd like to see the reconstruction of the wall and fencing begin as soon as possible. Compliance with the Coastal Commission's requirements for landscape and irrigation is an obligation we're asking the city to honor as they look at landscaping the slope. In addition, we ask that the landscape committee consider the impact of their planning on the views and privacy of our residents that live along the south side of all three buildings. In previous years, the views in our B and C buildings have been compromised by the CASA plantings. View preservation is a high priority, along with privacy and noise concerns. The residents on the south end of the lower building have now lost a vegetation barrier that provided privacy between their bedroom and bathroom windows and the CASA's property next door. As the plan is developed for the stabilization, design, and landscape scheme of the hillside, we hope that serious thought will be given to all of those issues. Ideally, a representative of Reef Gate will be invited to participate in the oversight and/or development of the landscape scheme to ensure everyone's needs are considered.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ernie Garcia, followed by Walter Switzer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, City Manager Hall, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a owner of a Reefgate condominium. I've owned it for 21 years with my wife. And my name is Ernie Garcia, and I'm a retired city manager, and I have had 40 years of experience working in public agencies. I have the knowledge of shifting priorities, budgets that don't balance, money taken or has to be reallocated because of other projects. It's a tough job to do, and you all have done very well. I want to compliment you on your reactions to this and how you have communicated to our community the importance of, and how the importance of it meets with you. I strongly urge that you pass 9B. You have a good staff, excellent staff report, and I've found through my experience working in cities that the city is only as strong as the leadership of the mayor, the council, staff, and to accomplish goals that you both set for each other. You have the philosophy, you have the goals, you send that to the city manager sends that to the staff, and you get it done. This is a great example of that working together today. I think you have a grasp of everything that's occurred here today. I'm not going to regurgitate all of the stuff that has been said, but I think I want to express a concern that I have, and Amy brought it up about the foundation. The foundation, and I have worked with foundations in the past in the cities, they're valuable too for you and the community. However, sometimes foundations need guidance, and I would strongly urge, if you don't have a liaison, city liaison with a foundation, you do get one, and if you do have one, there needs to be some intercommunication between what the city's needs are and the foundation's needs are, and they have to be together. I think they just need some guidance. There are some non-compliances occurring at the site, and I think that it would behoove the city to make sure that they do just that. And lastly, my wife, Diane, made a comment which I feel is very appropriate. The slide is a very unfortunate situation, yet it creates an opportunity for the city, Reefgate, and the CASA to work together to make an outcome a positive one for our community. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Final speaker is Walter Switzer.
Mayor Duncan and city council members, thank you for hearing us, and obviously Reefgate is very interested in what's going on here. My name is Walter Switzer. I also am a resident of Reefgate, better known as Stormy's husband, and you just heard from her earlier. We drove down Del Mar in 1997, and we'd already put an offer in on a place in Oceanside, and we drove down Del Mar and we said, nope, it's going to be San Clemente. And since then, we have owned our condominium in San Clemente. It's not an apartment. It's something that is our home. It's our only home. It's not just our primary home, but it's our only home. And when we got red tagged, we were moved out for a while, and it was very, very difficult. But we've also learned through different things in our other homes to be proactive in the community and to try and reach out to the neighborhood, figure out, instead of complaining, how to figure out getting things done. And once I talked to Chuck Hartman and saw the diagrams and the blueprints of what was built in the 1970s and the caissons that go down so deep into our building and several extra caissons as well that weren't even required back in the 1970s, I became more worried about, obviously I'm concerned about Reefgate, but I'm more worried about what Casa Romantic is like right now. Plus, I wanted to get back into our condo. I called, and I worked for most of my career as an employee of the city of Mesa, Arizona. We had a good manager, but I never thought he would ever take a call from somebody who just called up he didn't know. And he took my call, and we had a good conversation. We both talked quickly about what we thought was important. We had some disagreements about things a little bit. We put our things out. We got a good hearing, and pretty soon we were back in our condo. But now it's time to get both safe and secure. The way to do that is to pass, and I strongly urge you to pass the recommendation of the city today that's been made and sounds extremely good to me. Those workers, and I was out there almost every day talking to them and their supervisors when they graded. I can't believe how much dirt they got out of there with the time they did. They moved it out, they protected our building because the next two small creeping slides didn't get anywhere near where they'd gotten before. And what we need to do now is save both of our properties. And Casa Romantica is worth it. It's a beautiful place. That's one of the great reasons we wanted to live here. And I urge you to pass, strongly urge you to pass the recommendation of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Stormy's husband. And that's our last comment?
That was our last comment.
All right. Do we have any
Couple of
discussion?
quick
Yes.
comments.
Councilmember Leffler.
And I think we're all of like mind. I don't think that's going to be a consideration. What is a consideration maybe for some is the contractor, and I just want to point out, we heard from staff, and Mr. Kroger has a lot of confidence in Alliance. What I found even more compelling was Mr. Hartman, who actually lives at the project and who's an extremely experienced engineer in these matters. And if anybody has any investment in doing this right, I think it's Mr. Hartman. Mr. Hartman told me that he has all the utmost confidence in the construction company that's working on the project now. So we know that expedience is important, and we've been told that this company can start within days of getting this project going, and we all know how important that is. The one last thing is I want to ask City Manager, are you in communications with Reefgate as far as the HOA and their property rehabilitation and how we're going to work on that as we work on our project also?
Yeah, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. There was a lot said about the communication tonight, and communication is a two-way street. And the owners of Reefgate, the board of Reefgate, they've been fantastic to work with. There's been no animosity. They understand this is a very stressful situation, and they've just been great to work with and just very understanding. But yeah, we have been in contact about the role of the insurance company, the role of the city, all those things, so that we're going to continue to communicate with them and make sure that they know we're going to get things right with Reefgate for sure.
And I'll echo Mr. Hall's sentiment. You expect when something like this happens that you will get some table pounding or some, lack of patience, and all the emails that were sent, all the communication. I've got to say, I'm so impressed with the residents of Reefgate, how patient and understanding you've been with this, and now you deserve some service from the city, and that's what you're going to get. And with that, I'll just wait until the other council members make their comments, and we'll vote.
All right, thank
Councilmember
you.
Cabral.
Yeah, I do appreciate Reefgate. I think I was with many of you on the night, including Andy and the fire department and the police department. I know some of you walked me through the buildings that evening. So it started from day one, this collaboration, and we hope to continue it. And I think fulfilling our responsibility as a city council to get this done as quickly as possible is our obligation. I do have one other question unrelated to Reefgate. I know someone reported to me that the trains were passing through at 25 miles per hour. I thought there was a speed limit on trains because of the impact on the slide. Is that the case or not the case?
Before they installed the wall, it was 10 miles an hour, and it was only freight trains. As of yesterday, the passenger trains are running again, and they upped the speed.
And so what is this, the speed is 25 now?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
to be honest with you.
All right. Let me ask you this, and does that have any impact? Because we all know that trains, no matter where you are along the track, you can feel the movement. Is that a consideration that you've looked at, and is something we should take another look at?
We can certainly set up vibration monitors to see if it's impacting or could potentially impact the location on the land side. But in general, I think the vibrations are relatively low.
Okay.
Trains passing.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
I just want to commend our staff as well as the residents. This truly exemplifies what it means to be one town, one team, that when these issues happen, we come together, we are patient with each other, that communication is incredibly strong. And I'm just very proud of our town that in these moments, we have shown some great character. Just one quick question. Water was brought up. How are we doing in terms of the movement of the water, where it's going, and protecting those buildings with the water?
Like a couple of the residents had spoken about, there's a PVC pipe system, so we built a little sump, ran some PVC pipe. It's a very rudimentary system, but we've gotten it down the slope and over to where it should be going, so it's not an issue now. But with the winter rains coming, that could increase, so that's part of the urgency of this project.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the water, but you've answered that. Thank you. My last question was, we talked about grant money to fund this project. What's the primary source of funding?
The current primary source of funding will be the reallocation of a previous CIP project. It would be the Mariposa Bridge, and we will use the funding that was set aside for the Mariposa Bridge to complete this, and then backfill that as we either get grant money or as we're able to save money through our, hopefully, prudent spending in the community.
Thank you. Unless there are any other comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Well, I just want to say thank you for your partnership, everyone at Reefgate. So it looks like you got off the HOA board just in time. Somebody else handle that. But yeah, no, it's been great, great communication, great to work with you all. Thank you, and let's hopefully have that continue. I know we'll continue to be responsive, and I want to give all the credit to our city staff, Kyle Koger and your team, and city manager Andy Hall, who's just been thrust into the fire from his first day. And just been terrific, but we'll still take the credit for Andy since we hired him. So,
Yes.
But really, it's Andy and his team of staff at the city that's really made this happen. So, yes, great work by everybody.
I just look good. I'm just the eye candy. It's the staff that makes this happen.
I'll move that we
more than that.
adopt Resolution 2376 and all the 6 recommendations of staff. Do we need to read that, Ms. City Attorney?
I'll second
No.
it.
Okay.
Okay, motion is Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second is Cabral. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimous. Let's get to work.
Yeah, we're on consent, yes.
Yes, we are on consent.
Okay.
calendar.
Next up is the consent calendar. I do have 2 items that have been pulled. One has been pulled by a member of the public, and one is being pulled by staff and a member of the public.
Okay, what items are pulled by the member or members of the public?
Item 6D,
Is that D as in David?
6D is in David, and 6F is in Frank, have been pulled by the public, and item F is pulled by staff as well. And I believe, this is,
Pull 6E as well?
6E, okay.
D, E, and F.
D, E, and
I
F.
guess that would be a close one.
And, okay, D, E, and F. And then, do any council members want to pull any additional items? Seeing none, then does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move that we move the balance.
Second?
Motion is Enmeyer to move the balance. Second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous?
First item pulled by the public is item D, ordinance number 1753. It's the second reading of the concerning the Coastal Advisory Committee, and that was pulled by Amanda Q.
Mayor, they're almost got the door closed here.
Yeah, I think we're.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, that cleared out a lot of people. I just wanted to thank the city council members for bringing back the Coastal Advisory Committee. I know that former Coastal Advisory Committee member, Susan Ambrose, has been trying to bring this committee back for years. And She was unable to attend this meeting, and unfortunately, I was not able to connect with her about some key points that she wanted to address tonight. However, I just wanted to say thank you for doing that, and I know that Susan Ambers is, happy regarding that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And now, do we have a motion? Is that the only comment?
No, on this, I'd like a question.
Discussion?
Yeah, discussion. On this matter, I was going to pull this one as well. I was concerned about the mission statement. I'm in agreement with everything, but we have two mission statements that are listed in the Exhibit A. And neither one of the mission statements specifically address sand on our beaches. I think the Coastal Advisory Committee discussion was premised upon and buttressed with the concept of getting sand on our beaches. So what I'd like to do is ask that this council consider adding an additional mission statement, which is to preserve the preservation of sand and the replacement of sand on our beaches as one of the mission functions of this organization. And I'd like to make sure that that's front and center on page 3 of Exhibit A on the resolution.
I'll second that.
So, question for the city attorney. Can we make that kind of change here and still approve the ordinance, or?
No, you'll have to do the first reading again. So you'll want to make the change and then conduct the first reading, and then staff would come back at the next city council meeting with the second reading.
Okay,
You
then I
can't
would-
make changes. It has to be the same.
Then I would simply request that we, in the two...
Oh, 'cause this is a second
The two
reading.
mission paragraphs, that the first paragraph, and you can embellish on the language, but simply that it indicates that the primary mission of this, one of the primary missions, the primary mission is the preservation of sand and the replacement of sand on our beaches. It's implied in the two mission statements, but not specifically addressed.
You don't think it's implied enough where it says coastal environment and resources?
No, I don't. I think we could spend generations, as we've done in the past, discussing general issues relating to the beach, but I think the primary source is getting sand back on our beach, preserving the sand and getting it there.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I mean.
Well, here's the problem. This is going to be delay getting people on the commission for at least a month. Our next meeting's not till August 15th. We can't do that until we get the ordinance in place, I don't think, right?
We can't?
I think that's,
Well,
that's why we're doing the ordinance.
City Attorney?
So
The question
another
is,
option to consider would be to adopt the ordinance as is and direct staff to come back with an amendment to the ordinance to change these, so we could get started with the advertising process.
right?
That would
Okay,
expedite.
so we get the second reading
Yeah.
done, and then we
Yes.
can amend it at the next meeting.
Then I move that we pass ordinance 1753, and that we ask the staff to come back with an amendment, making sure our mission statement is prioritized on sand placement and replenishment and preservation.
I'll second that.
And so the motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. I'll ask the city clerk us to read the ordinance.
Okay. Adopt ordinance number 1753 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding Chapter 2.29 to the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente to create a coastal advisory committee, and upon adoption of ordinance number 1753, direct the city clerk to recruit to fill 5 vacancies on the newly created coastal advisory committee, and set a meeting date to interview and appoint committee members.
Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. It's unanimous. Is staff clear on the direction for the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay, next item was pulled by staff as well as a member of the public. This is consideration of approval for, Mayor Pro Tem, this is your item.
Right.
Yeah, I asked that this matter be pulled. I am the city's designated representative on the board of the JPIA, and I did not ask for this to be agendized, and I have don't intend on spending 2 nights at an educational forum in Carlsbad. It's a 25-minute drive. I will be attending the conference, but I don't need the hotel arrangements, never requested them. So I'm going to ask that this matter be tabled in perpetuity. It's a motion.
Second. Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
And the next item on the agenda, consideration of approval for travel for Mayor Duncan's attendance at the Commandant's National Security Program was pulled by staff and by a member of the public. And I pulled this item just to provide an update on the airfare. Subsequent to this agenda item being noticed, we learned that the $425 initially referenced in the report was a one-way ticket from Los Angeles to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That did not include the return air, which was an additional $817. So it's a total of $1,242 for the trip. And that is all I have.
Okay, then let's hear the public comment.
Amanda?
I'm glad that this is being heard as an agenda item only because Mayor Duncan failed to bring his DC trip to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors for the 91st winter meeting. The cost was over $4,600, which almost exhausted the $5,000 limit. When reading the information in the packet and looking at the contents of the seminar, this has nothing to do with city business. Another concern that I have is this have anything to do with Chris Duncan's campaign for state assembly? It seems like this has nothing to do, with his being a mayor. I'm also concerned regarding that he submitted a one-way trip, a cost for that, and then an additional amount for the return trip, a total of $1,242. So, I mean, this has nothing to do with city business at all. So I strongly oppose this. I did a presentation regarding the concerns before regarding the acceptance of mayors against the membership of the city of San Clemente in the Mayors Against Illegal Guns, which Mayor Duncan took it upon himself to do. He registered the city and not himself as a mayor, but the entire city. So I hope that can be brought up as an agenda item, but I just feel that we shouldn't even be supporting this trip. And if he already bought the ticket, which it seems like, or bought the tickets, it seems like he's already been planning to go, and he could pay that for on his own dime. Definitely not using public funds to do that. I'm opposed to this, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Just by way of explanation, 100% has to do with being a member of city council and being the mayor. My understanding is I was nominated by a member of the military community to attend in my capacity as the mayor of San Clemente due to the proximity to Camp Pendleton and to the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, and my personal background in the Department of Homeland Security. So amongst the issues discussed will be local security issues that stem from our proximity to those strategic locations. So the lodging and meals are paid for. The only thing that's not paid for is travel to and from. Again, I'll be attending in my capacity as the mayor, making comments on behalf of San Clemente, so I'd hope other folks would support. And I guess, go ahead.
I have a question about, a point of order really, about changing the dollar amount at this point in time from the 425 to 1242. Are we allowed to do this because it's not noticed and not on the agenda?
That's okay.
It's okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
not.
And I just, in my way of explanation there, I think this has to do with the executive assistant, Courtney Farrell, and transmitting information to her, and then her being out and to get transmitted to Miley, and the information just not all coming in time to get in here.
Yeah, only comment I have is I think we should encourage council people, if they have ways that they can enhance or improve their training or experience. I don't want to narrow that down, because I'm sure that several council members are going to come up with things that they would like to go do, and if they feel that it improves the city, then we should certainly encourage it. I know that's standard practices in a lot of cities. I will say, this keeps coming, I'd still like to see this tightened up somehow, though. And I don't have any specific suggestions at this time, but getting, the correct numbers in, I just think is a good idea for transparency. I don't think anybody was trying to hide anything. I think you're exactly right in your assumption, but I just think to the public, we ought to try to get this information in as soon and as accurately as possible, and maybe even think in the future of designating amounts per council person that we're kind of allocating for these things. And because I know the old amount is probably a little archaic with what things cost now, whatever that original amount, 5,000 for the whole council or whatever. So I think that should possibly be readdressed. And then the process for allocating that money or requesting it should be tightened up. That's all. Like I said, I'm not indicating any wrongdoing. I'm just saying for housekeeping, maybe we ought to think about doing that.
Yeah, I think maybe putting it on the agenda item directly before doesn't make as much sense as putting it on immediately when we know about it. That way you can make adjustments and have discussions before, right, instead of having it right before the event.
It makes it look like it's a last-minute thing, and this wasn't a last-minute thing.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I think the
City manager, is that something that we can just provide direction on, or we don't? Okay.
Question, I have a question. Refresh my memory. Who is our law firm, our Camp Pendleton liaison? Is that you, Mayor?
No, not anymore. It's Victor now.
Victor?
Yeah.
I guess my question would be, if this is a military-related activity.
It's at the U.S. Army War College.
Right. Wouldn't that be appropriate for our Camp Pendleton liaison?
Yeah, I was nominated by a third party to participate in this, so this wasn't something like I applied for. This was a nomination.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. If this is something for the city, my inclination would be that our military liaison would be designated, also because he'll be serving the council for 4 years, and with your assembly campaign, you may not, you'll be basically short-time council member, as opposed to our liaison, our military liaison will be for a full 4-year term.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts.
All right.
Yeah, I would have a couple follow-up questions related to that. When did the invitation come? And
Several months ago.
Okay.
I did make city staff aware.
Okay.
And it only now appears on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's just because I think we had a lot going on.
Yeah, and I'd also say that a lot of the invitations that come because you have the title of the mayor, they come to the mayor's office, but, any one of us, it may not be me, it could be Rick, or it could be Enmeyer, it could be Duncan. They don't send them to us, they send these invitations to you as mayor, although we should look at all the invitations that come to us as they're to the city council, because, any one of us could do this and might be responsible. Maybe in this case, it's you. I would also say this for me falls on the far outskirts of relevance to the city of San Clemente. We have a couple of conferences that we all go. You went to the mayor's conference. We've gone to educational conferences. All those conferences are directed to people and their functions as city managers and city council persons. And this I read the brochure, and it's really, training and management in, how to conduct war, it seems. And I don't know the relevance to, and I'm sure you can make the case that there's relevance in there, and it might be leadership. But this, to me, sets a bad precedent. But, if you want to pursue it, I hate to say no, because, any one of us could in the future ask for something, and, but this one really seems at the far extreme.
Okay, I appreciate
And
that.
I share I share the sentiment that I don't see the city focus, city-centric issue related to this, so that's a concern as well.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those concerns. I guess I'll make the motion to approve it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Novak.
No.
Councilmember Cabral. No. Okay, and I'm an aye. Passes 3-2.
Can I ask a question on the motion? This says a 425 round trip, but now it's one way, so are we talking 850?
No, I think it's actually, it's difficult to get to. By the way, it's in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, but it's difficult to get there. So I think the total is
$1,242.
Okay, so is a second leg, or is there?
That's just the one way. So then there's the one back is.
So you're
is
going
more
to another
expensive.
location before you come back?
No. I'm not doing a round trip. It was easier and better schedule to do two different airlines.
So this is for the 1,200?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Are we all the way up onto public
7A,
hearings?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is public hearing by district elections, and this is a staff recommendation to continue the public hearing to August 15th, 2023, to the next regular city council meeting. We do have one.
Okay, so first, I will open the public hearing. And yes, continue from what the clerk was mentioning. This item will be continued to the regular city council meeting of August 15th, 2023. We can take public comment now, but we're encouraging folks to hold off their comments until the August 15th meeting, when we'll actually be discussing and deciding the issue. But if you would like to make a public comment about item 7A, you are welcome to still. Do we have any comments?
With that said, we do have one speaker card. Amanda, do you wish to provide comments?
So I just wanted to get this out again. The demand letter by Ms. Jackson raises some significant questions regarding the issues at large, voting and districting in the city of St. Clemente. As you know, this issue has been raised before by a group called Residents for Reform, and their efforts led to a ballot measure V that was defeated with by 30%. The voters voted already, and it passed by 70%. This demand letter raises a new approach to forced districting that overrides the electorate's wishes and usurp the results of an election. According to this demand letter, St. Clemente's system of at-large elections dilutes the ability of Latinos, a protected class, to elect candidates of their choice or otherwise influence the outcome of St. Clemente elections for its city council members. By alleging vote dilution and polarized voting by some unknown client, the city is forced to spend additional funds on an issue that has already been decided. The voters already voted in 2018. I spent a couple of hours reading over a lot of amicus curiae for the lawsuit against the city of Santa Monica, and they also voted twice, not for against district elections, and it was turned down. And it was brought up at their city council meetings several times, going back to 1906. So, and so what I'm trying to say is that, we also voted, and we defeated, we didn't want district elections, so there is a similarity to that. The problem that I see is Ms. Jackson appears to be representing the facts of the Latino population, and it only is 16.1 of San Clemente's population according to the 2020 census data, and 16.4% of 22 for the year of 2022. The city of San Clemente has been predominantly non-Hispanic community. It further states only one Latino has been elected in the last 20 years, and at that same Latino candidate has been the only one to run a city council in the same 20 years. However, going back 29 years, it was the late former mayor, Mr. Apodaca, Steve Apodaca, who was also a Latino. So per Attorney General Rob Bonta's amicus curiae brief for the Pico Neighborhood Association versus City of Santa Monica, he proposed a standard for vote dilution that requires plaintiffs show an at-large voting system has removed the protected class's ability to exercise meaningful electoral influence.
Sorry, thank you.
We have one more speaker, declined to comment, declined to provide.
Declined comment. Good evening. This probably sounds like a ridiculous question, but why can't we just tell them to pound sand? I mean, we already have one felon in the room. We'll all become felons. I'd like the city attorney to address what happens if we just disregard this? Do they take our funds away? Who do they throw in jail? I mean, it's ridiculous what they're trying to make the city do when it's not the will of the people. So if we could get an explanation of our options, or just ignore it, what are they going to do? I don't think they can put us all in jail. I have no idea, but I'm looking forward to hearing about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
No additional comments.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain, August 15th, 2023 at 6 PM?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. More to come.
Next item on the agenda is consideration of adopting an updated recreation fee schedule and repealing and replacing policy and procedure 702-5, recreation sports partnerships.
Okay. Oops, I never closed the public hearing. Oh, we didn't because we continued
Because you
it.
continued it.
Okay, that is, sorry, that's to open the public hearing for this one.
Click it, unbag it.
And
This is, yeah, we're opening this public hearing then, and we'll first have a staff presentation and then public comments. Ms. Wiley.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I have a brief presentation that I'm just going to run through. So to reiterate, beyond the staff report, the purpose of this policy is to encourage youth sports organizations that are recreation-based, meaning they get 50% playtime for their players, the opportunity to have access to fields at a discounted rate. They have to be a nonprofit organization, and it also allows them to get priority scheduling with our field allocation process. We have currently 5 sport partners that the City Council just recently reviewed those partnership agreements. That includes AYSO Soccer, San Clemente Little League, South Coast Youth Football, San Clemente Girls Softball, and Elite Soccer. Out of those 5 partners, the only gold partner right now is Elite Soccer. This proposal in front of Council this evening is a repeal and replace of an existing policy that's out of date. The policy that's proposed moves from a 3-tier partnership process to 4 tiers. It adds an additional tier for organizations that might be in more of that 80th percentile, close to 90%, but not quite at 90% residency. I would like to cover that the subcommittee of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, which was formed through the commission as a youth sports subcommittee, met just a handful of times to iron out what is a good sound policy based on comparable agencies agencies, but also looking at the needs of San Clemente and how San Clemente uses its fields and our residents and community as well. We looked at comparable agencies from Mission Viejo, Lake Forest, Irvine, Encinitas, Carlsbad, Huntington Beach. There were 10 total agencies, and again, those agencies have a robust field rental program as well as partnerships. So this policy before you this evening is mirroring some of those agencies, but really fine-tuned to what San Clemente needs are. Overview of discounts on tiers for the partners, and on page 17 of the staff report, you can see there's 4 different tiers. I want to, and this also covers fees. So a tier 1 partner with a 90% discount is going to get pay anywhere from $4 to $6 an hour for fields, and it subsequently goes down from there. And this is the discounts and fees are included in the fee resolution, which is also being amended this evening. Historically, field usage by each of these groups, they represent about 70% of our field usage, which is a high number. That remaining balance is anywhere from, it's groups like, city-run programs and our city leagues, from other private rentals, maybe a local school or a charter school. And we also have a number of private club organizations that come and rent our fields as well. Those organizations don't get the partnership that you're looking at tonight, but they might get a different discount based on their nonprofit status or resident status, or something along those lines. Overview of major changes. So we've covered there's different tiers, but now we've added a 4th tier. This policy really tightens up the practice of partnerships. So we now have in writing that you have to have an open enrollment policy that doesn't turn away any children, regardless of skill and ability. It mandates 50% playtime in their rule book and their operating guidelines. All coaches have to be 100% volunteer-based. They cannot have paid trainers or coaches whatsoever within their organization. They also have to maintain a dedicated scholarship program of at least 2% of their total players need to be scholarshiped. It's up to the organization to decide what a scholarship would qualify for, or who would qualify for a scholarship, but they do need to report that to the city on an annual basis. And then they also will be penalized for the non-use of allocated fields. I'm sure council's received emails, staff gets them often, that people are renting fields, lights are on, nobody's on the fields. That is absolutely a concern of staff, and it's something the recreation staff have been battling for a number of years. This policy change allows us to enforce that by, instead of giving them just the $6 an hour rate, now they're going to get charged $60 an hour. They've lost their partnership discount. That's really the goal, is to remind them that this is not to be taken advantage of. And then there's also violations and consequences. There's a 3-strike policy that's written into this policy that, if you 3 strikes and you're out, and you might lose your partnership if that's the case. The last component and major change is the player fee, and this is an effort to ensure that we're getting honest rosters that get submitted on a seasonal basis. There's a $5 per player fee per season. That would roughly estimate out to about $27,000 annually. That takes into consideration primary season and secondary season. And that want is to make sure that if you're submitting a roster with 1,000 players, the city will be charging that team or that organization subsequently, whatever that math adds up to. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, but that concludes my staff report.
Just one. Under fiscal impact, it said that it's unknown, but with conversations that you and I had with the city manager, you were confident that our revenues shouldn't go down because of this change.
No, they won't go down. If anything, it'll be neutral or a little bit higher, just based on that player fee, that $5 player fee.
Councilmember Cabral?
No, we've gone through this, discussed it, so I don't have any questions.
Any other questions? Councilmember Enmeyer?
Yeah, just a quick question. How do you foresee this financial impact on the consumer?
So that would be up to the league, how they pass that on. We don't monitor league fees. But we do require an audit of what they are charging each of their teams. We require tax returns to be submitted as well. That would be included in the partnership process. So that would at least allow staff the opportunity to see where the money's going. And that is why we wrote in that scholarship requirement as well. It's likely that the leagues would pass that on to the consumer, to your point, but that the goal was to add in that buffer of the scholarship if it becomes an unreasonable expense for some families. Yep.
One question, is the city contemplating, is your department contemplating fees for pickleball usage at any time in the future?
Yeah, so great question. That would come up when we roll out the pickleball facility at Steed Park. Certainly, there's been conversations of a usage fee. If you're going to be renting a court or reserving a court, so to speak, there would be a fee associated with that. That would come back separately to council in a completely separate resolution as well.
But nothing prior to the Steed Park opening?
That's correct. Well, likely ahead of that, yeah, because we once we get up and running in November, we would want to have everything locked in place. So hopefully in the fall will come with that.
Any other questions? Okay, do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
We have one comment. The speaker declined to provide a name.
Okay.
Great presentation. I just wish we could have had some slides to see what we were talking about. And my only concern is that we have had sport partnerships agreements for, I don't know, decades, but the violations have not been enforced. And my concern is that I keep calling and complaining about the fact that the park is overflowed because of the scheduling that the city allows in San Gorgonio Park because it's off a residential street. This elite, I think it's Elite Soccer that uses ours, they don't comply. They have restrictions that they can't bring in the next game until the prior players have vacated the parking lot so that we have ample parking. It has never been applied. I call often saying, the park's overflowed, we have no parking on the street, kids are in the street, you've all seen photographs. So these agreements are great, but staff needs to enforce them. And secondly, I think it's Elite Soccer that is scheduled at San Gorgonio Park. They have 30%, correct me if I'm wrong, of non-residential players. Now, San Gorgonio Park specifically states when it was built that it was not to draw out of area participation. It was residential. So 30% of those cars don't even reside in San Clemente. So we have sports fields, and I just wish that they would use those and keep San Gorgonio for residents. We already have thousands of pickleball players that come from all over the United States using that area off of a residential street. You've heard me talk about it forever and a day. We still aren't dealing with the sports partnership agreements and enforcing them, and they are affecting the people that live in in the area of San Gorgonio Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the only comment?
That is the only comment.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick
Oh, you have another
question?
question?
Yeah, well, I'm killing time now. Hey, the weather's been great, and, we're so lucky. Hey,
It's
city
so
manager.
nice you can wear an Aloha shirt.
Well, some of us got the memo, others obviously didn't.
Sorry, I've been asked. We got some cold-blooded people in here.
Oh.
You're,
Nice job.
yes, you have a question for Samantha?
Well, it's kind of for both. There was something brought up about San-G being some kind of non-resident restriction, and it sounds like that's something that's written somewhere. I just wanted to see where I would find a copy of that, something about a regulation about San-G not being open to or being restricted as far as non-residents.
We will have the city clerk actually research that and get you all the information on any restrictions with the San-G Park, for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing, open it up for deliberations. Anybody have any questions or, not questions, no, please no questions. We'll have to open the public hearing again. Any discussion or motions?
I'd move to approve Staff, Beaches and Parks, Recreation Commission recommendations.
Any second?
Second.
Okay. The motion is Cabral, second is Enmeyer. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous.
Mayor, could I ask just one clarifying question? That park was owned by another entity before us. How far, do you want it to go back to where it became a city park or all the way back to its?
I think it was
origins?
1927.
Right, but do
you
you
go
want it
back-
to go all the way back to its origins or just when it became a
Just-
city? park?
He's
Well,
talking
what-
1800s.
Just whenever there was a restriction that's in place now.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next item is public hearing and introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 13.29.190 subsection D and E of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to sanitary sewer rates and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Before I open the public hearing, would we like to take a quick break? 5 minutes? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Test, test, you can hear me? Okay.
Okay, we got it.
So sanitary sewer rates, I would like to announce that the city has received 2 written protests for this item.
And just so council aware, there are 16,724 customers, so 2 written protests out of the 16,724 active customers.
Okay.
So I'm going to give a brief
Thank you.
staff presentation going through some of the highlights. Again, most of this was presented back in May to council, so I'll try to keep it brief and keep it expeditious from that standpoint. Again, information is in the agenda report and also the rate study, which is attached. And these are some of the areas that we're going to touch on. Some of the background. Again, why do we do a rate study? The rate study is a document, or it documents and addresses these type of considerations. The entire rate study, again, is attached to the agenda report for your information. Why would the city do a wastewater rate study? Again, the sewer fund is a separate fund, and the goal is to recover costs. We need to follow Prop 218 requirements, and rates are there to recover the cost of the operations. Here's a look at the historic wastewater rate adjustments. So you can see there were no rate changes over the last 6 years. So it's one of the reasons we've gone through and done the rate study. And historically, some of the adjustments have been between 2 to 8% in the past. The financial plan, again, part of the rate study is to address the financial plan. It's to determine or make sure there's enough revenue and it's sufficient to fund operations. And the focus is on operations and maintenance, which would include chemicals, labor, parts, supplies, and capital costs, which are large projects, and also to address reserves for both operating and maintenance and capital reserves. The reserve targets for the sewer fund are 12% of operating expenses, and the capital reserve is 2% of asset value. This is what it looks like prior to any adjustments. Again, you can see the yellow on the left-hand side is negative cash flow. So essentially, we're not providing enough revenue to fund the operations. And on the right-hand side is the impacts on that net equity, or the fund balance in this case. It drops below the operating threshold or the operating requirement, and also the capital requirement over the 5-year period. And it actually goes into the deficit in later years. Again, council was presented with 2 options on the May 2nd, 2023 meeting. The revenue adjustments that selected were option 2, which was a 30% increase over 5 years. The other option was a 34% increase over 5 years. So council selected the lower increase over the 5-year period. This is what the operating position and the reserves look like into the future with the proposed adjustments. You can see the yellow on the left-hand side goes down dramatically. And then the right-hand side, again, we do have positive fund balance for all 5 years. It does go a little bit below on the operating positions, but again, it's maintaining above the capital requirement for the reserve. The current and proposed rates. First, before we get into that, the customer makeup and the meter size. You can see the vast majority of the customers are single family, and the most prevalent meter size is the 1% meter, or 1-inch meter. The current rates, this is a presentation of the current rates. We'll go into the proposed rates. We did change both the fixed component, which is based on meter size on the left hand, and the volumetric, and I'll go into that on the next slide. But the volumetric, you'll notice a higher rate, and that's kind of offset by a lower decrease in the number of units. So these are the current rates. The proposed changes, as I said, the meter rates. The first ones, the fixed charges, are being implemented on the AWWA factors. That's the American Waterworks Association factors. And then the second component, the volumetric, it deals with commodity rates, and it's based primarily on flow, and additional detail and analysis is in the cost of service report. Again, the meter rates, there's the change from the current to the proposed. Again, it's primarily based on the defensible AWWA hydraulic capacity rates and the impacts related to hydraulic capacity ratios and flows. The proposed change to the estimated bill flows, again, this is the volumetric. So what we've done is it's actually changing in two ways. One is the wet winter month average. So we're narrowing down the field, so there should be a lower number of units that are billed. And then also, secondly, you'll see it's going from, for the single-family residential, it's going from 90% from the October through March flow. Again, we're changing it to the two lowest flow months, which are historically February and March, and 75%. So even though the rates are per unit are going to increase, the number of units billed should decrease based on that capacity. This is what the proposed 5-year rates look like. And again, it's the two components. The top is the fixed portion, which is based on meter size. The bottom is the volumetric rates. And you can see the rates go up, but again, there should be a lower number of units billed as part of the computation. And then I'll let Dave talk to this, because we were number 4, but there's been some recent modifications, so I'll let Dave touch on those.
One thing I didn't notice here too is in the presentation is the impact to customers is for single-family residences between $4 and $5 a month, roughly. But it's always a good idea to see, where does the city stand compared to our neighboring agencies, and what's the differences in our rates. Some of the agencies here are water districts, and they receive revenue from property tax. The city does not receive any revenue from property tax. And then there's also some differences from some of these agencies like Laguna Beach and South Coast Water District. They have very hilly topography, so it's a little more expensive to operate their systems there. San Clemente stands out as number 4 amongst all the agencies, with an estimated average single-family rate of about $41.38 per month. Trabuco Canyon, they are in the process of raising their rates to about $45.92 for their single-family customer, average customer, and they're going to be raising rates 68% over the next 5 years. So that's all I have on that slide.
Before you go on, so that looks like we are actually low, and especially low because we're surrounded by agencies that get property taxes as a subsidy in addition to that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these agencies receive a significant amount of revenue that helps to run their operation.
And we're still ahead of some of those agencies.
Correct.
One quick, when you said $5 a month, is that over a period of time, or is that immediate, that $5 a month?
That would start if the rates are adopted, I believe that started in September, October bill, September water or wastewater use.
Okay, thank you.
And then the next steps, again, we're at the public hearing for adoption of the ordinance. We have the second reading, which would occur if the ordinance is adopted in August 2020, or at the August 2023 council meeting. And then the new rates would be effective 30 days after that second reading. So basically, that's the end of the presentation. Staff recommendation is in the report, and we're available for any questions if you need.
Questions? Councilmember Cabral?
No, we just went through this a couple months ago, so I think we're all pretty much fully aware of what's been discussed, and so I don't have any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
I have a question. Gentlemen, you mentioned the rationale for this rate increase is twofold. The fact that we haven't increased rates in a number of years, and that there's some tie to the reserve amount, that our reserves are not sufficient. So my question is, what are our reserves now, and are they sufficient if we were to have a major issue now that we needed to address?
Our reserves are funded. I believe, I took a look at them the other day, and it's around 3 million in the capital reserves. However, we have been drawing upon those to deal with the Cypress Shores related issues. So they are being impacted a little bit faster than we would have anticipated. So I would anticipate the need for the increase.
So the Cypress Shores issue is not related to the sewer system, it's more of a drain?
There is a component related to the Cypress
pumping,
Shores.
the sewer
or
pumping
sewer,
system.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I have a little bit of a concern, and that is that our goal as a government entity is to cover the costs for our citizens, the actual cost of operation. For a number of years, 4 or 5 years, we haven't had any increase in our rates. And our operations have continued, they've been successful, they've been funded, they've had adequate reserves. And it seems like we're playing a little bit of catch-up now by saying, let's increase 30% over the next 5 years so that we can be like our neighbors. The argument or the rationale that says when we'll compare our rates to our neighbors and see if we're in the ballpark. I absolutely reject that logic. I don't think our fees, our cost should be based, our fees should be based on the cost, not what our neighbors are doing. I think that comparison is inappropriate. I think it causes all sorts of inefficiencies in government. When I was on the fire board a number of years ago, there was one city in Orange County, I don't know if it was Anaheim, or I believe it was Anaheim, I could be wrong, and they had a contract with their fire department that said if you, whatever anybody else in the county does, we got to be higher than them. It's sort of like the New Hampshire primary or the Iowa primary, whatever anybody else does, we got to be first, and we're going to change the rules to make sure we're first. So the concept that we need to match others, I absolutely reject. My concern is that we adequately cover the current costs. So I guess my question is to you, rather than using the neighbor analysis, and let's play catch-up, because if we had done this, we'd be at this rate. But we didn't do it, and there's a reason why we didn't do it, and I'll leave that to the discretion of prior city councils. But I guess my question to you is, what is the detriment to our system if we don't implement these increases?
So let me.
Increases over a 5-year period as opposed to increase right now for this year.
So part of the challenge is the detriment would be, in the last few years, we've been eating through our reserves. So if we don't implement the rates, we'll continue to draw down our reserves, and at some point, we will no longer have funding to replace infrastructure and repair our system.
Okay, I understand.
At a matter of time. And then I do want to be clear that the first thing we did was a cost of service study, figure out what our rate should be, and at the end of that, then we did the comparison to see where do those proposed rates stand amongst the other agencies. So I just wanted to be clear on that. That was a very last
understand
step.
that.
That was just to show where we are. That
Right,
wasn't,
right.
In comparison.
that wasn't how they set the rate.
Let me just state one more concern that I have. If you're asking for a 30% increase over 5 years to cover costs, we don't know what those costs are. They could be higher than the rates that you've recommended. They could be lower. It may be at parity, where no increase would be necessary. I guess what I'm concerned about is just raising the rates for our citizens for 5 years in advance on the guess that this is an appropriate number. Prior councils haven't done this on an annual basis during the budget process, as they probably should have, but they didn't. And my concern is that we don't make up for those past decisions by adopting 5 years' worth of increases instead of looking at this and looking at the actual costs on an annual basis and making an appropriate decision on an annual basis. That's my concern. And there's logic to support both ways to do it. I'm just a little troubled by it from a management point of view, that's all.
I've got a question. As part of this equation for reserves, that the aging of our infrastructure and anticipation that at some point we're going to have to start doing maintenance, is that part of why you're thinking we need to bolster the reserves?
Let me try to paint the full picture here. Just for fiscal year 2022, we had operating revenues, once you exclude a $2 million transfer from the capital reserves, of $10 million, and we had costs of approximately $11 million. So part of it is to correct the negative operating position in the operating fund, and then also leading to Councilmember Loeffler's point. We do have an aging sewer treatment plant, which was built, do you remember the time frame?
It was expanded in the mid-1990s.
Yeah, so that's nearing the end of its useful life, and a lot of capital projects have needed to be done to do that, whether it's the grading or I mean, you know more of the components than I do, but there's substantial capital projects because those assets have reached the end of their useful life. So part of it is to address those. And then again, we also have the Cypress Shores issue. And then we were also able to utilize some of the Santa Margarita Water District Agreement revenues to kind of impact and save working capital, or what we call fund balance.
Okay, if I could follow up on that question, if I could. The $10 million budgeted and $11 million expense, that was because of the Cypress Shores need? Is that the primary cause of that $1 million overrun from what was budgeted to what was spent? You said it was 10 million, then we spent.
Yeah, that would be a component of just various operational costs. I believe we've been paying for the Cypress Shores out of depreciation funds, so that would not be included in that.
Not out of reserves?
So,
Was the Cypress Shores paid out of the reserves, is my question?
they were paid out of depreciation reserves.
Okay,
Yeah, which are the reserves to replace infrastructure.
okay.
And those reserves were established, one, as assets are booked, they have a book value. And then in the mid-2000s, the city did an asset management program, and that helped to additionally establish what sort of revenue we needed to replace our assets in the long term. And at some point in the near future, I'd like to come back to council and revisit that, another asset management program for rates in the future.
Councilor Cabral. Yeah, my question was about Cypress Shores and that reserve spending, so it's been answered.
Mayor, if I could add, I think the premise that Councilman Noblock is talking about is very solid. We did a rate study, and we don't want to look at a rate study for 1 year. You want to look at it for about a 5-year period, and that makes sense. But I also think it makes sense to come to the body every year and report back. How are we tracking with that trend analysis? Because again, there's so many things we can't predict. 3 or 4 years ago, we couldn't predict what was going to happen at Cypress Shores. We couldn't predict COVID. So even though we do these rate studies for 5 years, there are things that are unpredictable. I think we should come back every year and review with you, did these rates accomplish what the city council was trying to accomplish, rather than waiting 6 or 7 years to come back to the council before doing a rate analysis. So I think the premise is solid that we come back and report on whether or not it's accomplishing what you intended it to do. I think that's smart.
Yeah, just to expand on that, now our sewer treatment is looking, coming up on the 30-year, time frame, and I'd rather do $5 a month now for a little bit and then reassess it than to all of a sudden be caught short, and all of a sudden we've got to raise our, $20 a month because it's.
That was going to be my question. Is the reason that we spread it out over the time to sort of lessen the impact to the ratepayer, rather than having one big bounce year where you have to kind of make up a huge chunk of money?
A little bit spreading it out of multi-years. In the past, we used to raise rates on an annual basis, and it's a big process to go through this whole 218 and then have public hearings. And so with our last water rate increase, we did a 5-year on that, and we felt it was pretty successful as a staff. So we want to do something similar with sewer, so it's just much more convenient than having to come back on an annual basis to raise rates.
But would it be practical to just report back on would that be a lot easier just to report back, give that visibility that Councilmember Noblock or Mayor Noblock is looking for, where you see if we were sort of more or less on track? Would that be a huge lift, or would that be something that wouldn't be as difficult?
No, that's something we can do. We can do that as part of the budget process or a separate process or long-term financial plan. And then if there are issues and we find out we don't have enough revenue as part of the rate increase, obviously we'd be coming back to council to have that discussion as well.
Okay. Any other questions for staff before we hear public comments? Seeing none, do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. And do we have any further discussion or motion?
I'll move to, if there's no further discussion, let me just push it out. I'll move, actually, this is a little bit more complicated because.
We can have the city clerk, we can have city clerk read the ordinance. if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Protests are, we did not receive a majority of protests from parcels receiving wastewater service, so we are going to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1754, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 13.24.190, subsections D and E of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to sanitary sewer rates and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Okay. Motion is Cabral, second is Leffler. I just want to say thank you both for the comprehensive review that you presented to us before that made sense of a kind of a complicated area, so thank you. Okay.
We'll see you next month.
Yeah. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no on this, and my rationale is the methodology. I'm not critical of the methodology catching up, I just don't think it's a good way to run business. I think we ought to look at the needs every year and not project an increase on future years that may or may not be necessary. It could be high, it could be low. I, again, don't want to be critical of the methodology. I understand it, I just disagree with it, so thank you, and my vote's no.
All right. Then Noblock with the no vote, motion passes. And on to our next public hearing.
Okay, and next item is appeal of minor conditional use permit 22-197 Primo Foods Beer and Wine located at 2801 South El Camino Real. And I will state the public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And we have a staff presentation.
Okay. I will open the public hearing, and first, before we hear the staff presentation, ask council members to disclose any conflicts of interest they may have or ex parte communications related to this item. Anyone have any disclosure to make?
Well, I received a call from one of the opponents of this matter, and it was a very brief conversation where the individual expressed their concern, and I don't know if that's reportable or not, but I'll report that.
It is, you need to disclose the substance of the conversation.
The essence was that the person that called me, Dave Gutierrez, indicated that he disagreed with the staff report and thought that the procedure, his objection was the procedure of 1 year wasn't followed. And that was the essence of his comment.
I'd like to report I had the same conversation with Mr. Gutierrez.
I'd like to report I had the same conversation. I think I received a couple of emails from private citizens also with concerns about, and I don't know who they were from. I don't know if I could look them up, but concerns about traffic and drinking in the park and the apartment complex, and the same conversation with Mr. Gutierrez. Yeah, his concern was about the fact that this was already rejected by this board at a previous hearing, and that this should not be considered, but we should be waiting the mandatory 1 year period before it gets revisited since it was rejected.
Any concerns with any of those communications or conflict, City Attorney?
No, those are just ex parte disclosures for the applicant to consider.
Okay. All right, then we will hear the staff presentation, and maybe we can address some of those concerns that were raised, procedural and otherwise, and then we'll hear public comments after that.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan and Council. My name is Laura Corey. I'm Assistant Planner in the Planning Division, and I'll be presenting the appeal for MCUP 22197, Primo Foods Beer and Wine. The project is located at 2801 South El Camino Real in the Mixed-Use 5 zone and the Affordable Housing Overlay. The parcel is at the corner of South El Camino Real and Avenida San Luis Rey. It fronts on El Camino Real, and the rear of the property abuts an alley. Adjacent is single-family detached dwellings with ADUs to the south and multifamily dwellings to the north and south, and San Luis Rey Park. Previous uses for the existing single-tenant building have been a restaurant and a retail bicycle repair shop. And on August 24th, 2002, a business license was approved. 2022, a business license was approved for the retail grocery business Primo Foods. Grocery food stores are permitted by right in the mixed-use 5 zone and are still a general retail use. The original development did not include on-site parking. The retail business is allowed to continue the legal nonconforming as the previous retail use. Minor conditional use permit 22197 is a request for a permit to sell beer and wine for off-site consumption only. This is a type 20 license from ABC. The hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Orange County Sheriff Department and Code Compliance do not have concerns about the sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption at this location. To give a brief timeline, on November 3rd, 2022, the zoning administrator approved minor conditional use permit 22197, and the minor conditional use permit was appealed by the city council. The item was heard at a de novo public hearing on February 7th, 2023. The city council discussed the application, including the parking. A motion to approve the permit failed to pass, but the application request was not denied. Council members encouraged the applicant to work further with staff and the resident who expressed parking concerns. Since that time, the applicant has worked with the city's engineering division. Modifications to the parking and signage in the vicinity of Avenida San Luis Rey and South El Camino Real were supported by both the Planning Commission and the City Council at the June 20th, 2023 meeting. The appeal of MCUP 22197 was re-noticed for the public hearing today, July 18th, 2023, for the council to take final action. And just a review of the parking modifications that were approved on the June 20th, 2023 meeting. Additional signs for parking to clarify no parking in the alley were approved. Directional signs to public parking near San Luis Rey Park. And currently, there is an active work order to install the signs over the next couple weeks. The Planning Commission, the City Council approved curb changes. These curb changes added additional parking in the area, established green curb designations in the areas near Avenida San Luis Rey and on the side of Primo's Foods, and then also on South El Camino Real. Some red curb were also approved to discourage parking in the crosswalks, and there are active work orders over the next couple of weeks for the painted curbs. Based on the timing of the parking modification, staff recommends an additional condition of approval. Parking in the vicinity of the project shall be reviewed by the city planner and the director of public works at the 6-month and 12 months after the commencement of the permit. At either review, if the city planner or the director of public works at their discretion determines that parking issues are negatively affecting the project site, adjacent properties, and the surrounding street network, the permit shall be reviewed in a public hearing by the zoning administrator to determine if modifications or the revocation of the permit is necessary to address such parking issues. The applicant shall be responsible for submitting an amendment of the permit and all costs associated with it to facilitate the zoning administrator's review. So therefore, staff recommends the city council determine the project exempt from the requirements of CEQA. affirm the zoning administrator's approval of the minor conditional use permit 2217 and approve resolution 2303 approving MCUP 22197, subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, for city attorney, I didn't even think about this until you started mentioning planning commission. My wife is on the planning commission. We've not had any conversation about this project whatsoever. I didn't even remember that planning commission was involved till you mentioned it, so I just want to make sure that there's no conflict.
Councilmember Loeffler, does your wife in any way being on the planning commission cause you to have a bias in this matter?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me something else completely. No,
Very
it
careful.
causes me no bias whatsoever.
Do you feel you can be fair and impartial?
I can.
And you've had no discussions with her about this matter?
No discussions.
Thank you.
Do you love your wife very much, Councilmember?
I love that's where we were going.
Have to go under oath to take that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we didn't directly address the procedural issue. Is that something that you can address, Mr. Artemian, or do we want to have Cecilia? The question about whether we can hear this matter, for procedural reasons?
Yes, Mayor Duncan, thank you. So in order for an appeal to be, I'll call it closed, the council either needs to approve the request or deny the request. The only thing that was done at the previous council meeting, the previous appeal matter at the council meeting, was that a motion to approve failed to pass. In order for a denial, findings for denial need to be made. Specifically, one of the findings that is required to be met for a minor conditional use permit needs to be found as not met, and that has not occurred yet. So what is presented for the council's consideration tonight is the applicant's request, and in the attachments to the staff report, we have a resolution with findings for denial and a resolution with findings for approval.
I see. Okay, so this is sort of a rehearing of the same matter instead of an appeal or something of a prior decision.
Technically, this is more of a continuation of the previous public hearing because no action was taken on it.
No action was taken, okay.
However, this was completely renoticed as a de novo hearing, so this meeting will stand on its own.
City Attorney, does that put us in good stead to hear this matter today?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Anyone else have any other questions before we hear from the public? All right.
Oh,
Yes.
I do have a couple of questions. I know last city council, we approved some modifications to the road. You say those have not been completed yet?
Those are, work has not been completed on those. There are work orders in place to accomplish these tasks within the next, I'll say, few weeks to potentially a month or so.
So we don't have any experience yet on the results of those changes that we made that we could speak to?
We do not have the results of those changes yet.
Does staff anticipate that the beer and wine license would affect the travel, or the traffic, impacts one way or the other?
Well, so the request is, and I apologize, I'll field some of these. The request for beer and wine is not an uncommon request, and in staff's experience, this type of request serves as an ancillary use to the primary business, whether it be a restaurant or a market. And so we typically do not see additional traffic coming just for an ancillary sale of alcohol, especially when it comes to just beer and wine. If people are going just to get alcohol, we find that they tend to go to stores that have a larger selection
Of alcoholic beverages?
of alcoholic beverages,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
So is this, I've been there many times, but it seems to me more of a restaurant or not a restaurant by definition, but food service. I mean, more people go there. I think I went there yesterday. It's a line out the door, which is good for business. If people are buying alcohol, though, wouldn't you think that more people are going to stay in the area?
Well, staying in the area is a function of
And that's
how
park in the
those-
area.
how those products are consumed. And this request for beer and wine is for on-site sale for off-site consumption, meaning they cannot legally drink it on the premises, and they certainly can't drink it in public or at city parks. There's regulations that prohibit that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? And then, City Clerk, does the applicant get additional time beyond the 3 minutes that the public gets?
10 minutes, yes.
10 minutes, right, okay.
And also, the applicant will have some time after the public comment to address anything that the public raised.
Okay, so do we hear typically the applicant first? Okay. Yes,
Ready
let's
for
move on to the public comments.
Okay. Calling up the applicant, Sam Ossie, as well as his attorney, Joseph Stein.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Joseph Stein. I'm the attorney for Sam Ossie and Primo Foods. The application before you is for a minor conditional use permit to allow beer and wine sales for off-site consumption. That's very important. We do not, and he does not at either one of his other two stores. He has markets in Vista and in Oceanside. Same thing. Beer and wine sales, they do not consume it on site. We anticipate if council approves this and ABC approves it, the same will occur here. They're very successful and monitored that in Vista. They're successful and monitored that in Oceanside. We have every reason to believe that that will be monitored, so you will not have drinking on site. Primo is a neighborhood market, a small neighborhood market. It's not a fast food restaurant. It's certainly not a liquor store. As staff indicates, if the council approves the minor conditional use permit, beer and wine sales will be ancillary to their major products. People are not coming there to purchase alcohol. They're coming there to purchase meat, produce, ceviche, tacos, things that are primary to this market's survival, and it's primary to the markets he has in northern San Diego County. What this would permit is that a customer who comes for one of those other products may purchase an alcoholic beverage, beer and wine, as ancillary to the primary. It's not a draw. So we do not anticipate, for example, that granting this license will significantly increase traffic, and I think staff agrees. It's a neighborhood market. People get there today. How do they get there? They walk there. They bicycle there. Okay? Yes, some people drive there, but this is not a draw. In other words, we do not anticipate beer and wine sales to be a magnet such that we're going to increase or have any detrimental impact on parking. So I think that's important. The incremental impact is not going to be a parking impact. Staff indicates doesn't believe it will in similar stores, and we don't believe it will here because of the nature. Again, if it's a liquor store, different situation. It's not. It's a neighborhood food market. As you recall, we were here before this council on February 7th. We were appealing there was an appeal, council appeal of the zoning administrator's decision, which was to grant the MCUP. It was brought by former council member James, who's no longer a member of the council. The conclusion at that, as staff has indicated, it was not a denial of the application. There was a motion to approve, and that motion failed by a 2-3 vote. We were given, concurrent with that, direction to meet with Mr. Gutierrez, to meet with staff, and address parking issues. That seems to be the critical issue that came to our attention at that hearing. Gentlemen, we've done so. We've done so in spades. Number one, I personally have met with Mr. Gutierrez on site, spent over an hour with him. Mr. Ossie, my client, talked to him on the phone. We have met with him, had a list of things that he wanted to see addressed. Many of those are addressed through the council action recently with regard to the curb changes and the signage changes. So we have met with him to try to address those issues. Secondly, and even more importantly, actions. we've taken actions. It's one thing to talk a good game, it's another thing to perform. Here's what we've done. Number one, we've directed all the delivery trucks not to park illegally on El Camino Real, particularly a double park situation, which is a safety. I personally did the letter that went out to all the delivery truck owners saying, don't do this. And Mr. Ozzie advised me it's been very successful. That's been eliminated. Number two, signage in and around the area has been tremendously improved in terms of no parking signage on the building itself of Primo Foods, as well as in the alleyway behind Primo Foods. I took a trip by there before council meeting tonight, and I noticed there are no parking signs on both the east and west side of the alley directly behind Primo Foods. Did I see a single vehicle illegally parked in the alley? Not one. And I was there at a high customer time. Yes, there were people out the door because it was one of their discount offering days. So in a prime time, I did not see a single vehicle illegally parked in the alley. Am I saying that never occurs? Of course not. But I think that's some indication the signage is working and the efforts they've taken are working. Other efforts they've done, video cameras to monitor parking in the alley. We don't want parking in the alley. There are signage to prevent that. Mr. Ozzie, in fact, has reached out to the owner of the residence directly on the other side of Primo, and we've got signage there, and I think some of that is city signage. So signage there, we have video cameras, and then finally, at our urging, at the recommendation of staff, we sent a letter to the Public Works Director and ask for these changes to the curbs and to the signage. One of the changes to the curbs, as has been indicated, is to allow additional parking on El Camino Real with the green area. So that will open up additional spaces. And to increase the flow of traffic, we would be reducing 24-minute to 20-minute parking on the side. Keep things moving. The whole spirit of this business is get in, get out quickly. No place to sit around, no place to loiter. We want you to get your product and then move out. That's what it's designed to do. And then finally, council members, I want to point out, Mr. Ozzie did something, I think it's above and beyond the call of duty, and that is this. He has had his members of his staff go over to the San Luis Rey Park and actually clean that San Luis Park when there's been overage, when the trash cans have been overfilled and that type of thing. That's a city park. That's a city staff responsibility. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Ozzie takes pride in being a good neighborhood store. He wants to be a market that the neighbors are proud to do business there and are proud to have in the community. So above and beyond his basic responsibilities that he's done, he's doing that and will continue to do that to help clean up that park. Now, some of that trash probably comes from Primo Foods. That's the reality. I'm sure some of it comes from other areas. We can't really control when somebody takes their products off-site where they go. But I think it's really tells something about Mr. Ozzie's character and his dedication to the community that he has his employees monitoring that park to make sure that if there are overages there are trash on the ground, we take care of that. So I think, again, he's going above and beyond. So with all this in mind, we think we've met the council direction more than halfway, all the way, in fact, in terms of what we've done to address the parking situation, both what Mr. Ozzie's been able to do, what we've been able to do with staff who's been marvelous. They've been very, very supportive. And now the final step is even monitoring trash in the park. So I think we've got the message. Parking is a concern. He has addressed that parking, and if the permit is granted, that's not the end of the story. He will continue to monitor that situation and do it successfully as he has in his stores in Oceanside and in Vista. Mr. Ozzie, do you have a few words?
I could answer anything you want, if you want. I really don't have anything to add. I appreciate everything you've done here. And like he said, we're a small business. This would add more sales to us and, more revenue to the city. You guys need a lot of millions to pay for all these projects, so here we go. Start with us. I have really nothing else to add. We just want to be successful. We want to be a good neighbor. If any other recommendations would come from the neighbors, whether we get this today or not, we will work on them to keep neighbors happy. I really have nothing else to add.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ozzie. And Mr. Stein, hang out and see if there's any questions that come up from the other public comments. City Clerk, do we have any public comments? How many?
We do. Let's see, is this yes, we have 3 public comments.
Okay.
Stan Schaffer, followed by Bob Cooper, followed by Donna Vadrine. Stan?
Yeah, I opened it, yeah. Right before I asked about the conflicts.
Council people, my name is Stan Schrofer. I've lived in the area for 38 years. I do have a background in parking. I'm an architect and has been practicing for over 50 years. I moved in and remodeled my house with building permits 5 times because I did not want to move. I have a beautiful park across the street. I raised my children here. But we've always been, and I'm a block captain for 38 years, and we've had to monitor the park from people sleeping there, homeless, all kinds of situations. And right now, there's absolutely no question that the parking, and I don't want to get into parking because it's about the beer and license, the parking will increase. We will have the park a lot of times, all the parking's taken up by the people that want to go to Primo, and it's a great food place. It's very cost-effective. We have a tremendous amount of young people that are coming by, and that's a concern. We do not want to see the alcohol that could influence that, and if they're going to buy it, 90% of the time, they're parking at the park. They might come into the car and drink, and then leave the facility and maybe cause a situation. So from that situation, I think that the beer and wine is a difficult sale for me, and it's a very difficult sale that it would not increase the traffic. The minor adjustments they've made, I've done commercial buildings, I have a commercial building, and I have parking. This is absolutely a store that I've never seen, and it's a food service store now, not just a grocery store, and there's absolutely no parking that was allowed for it. It was only street parking. And it was the wrong building for that. It got approved somehow because they looked back at 1950, and there were lots around there. There was Tony Market that had lots. They had parking. Right now, we have nothing. All the lots have been built on to high densities, and we have a lot of traffic. The 4 units have ADUs. They have a potential of 4 cars apiece. I have people on our street that have 4 cars. We are packed, and unfortunately, I'm concerned about the people that will be taking alcohol to the park. That will happen, and I'm just hoping something really very unfortunate would happen and somebody would get hurt. We have e-bikes flying all over the place. I have to be incredibly watchful, and I'm afraid somebody that's under the influence could cause a problem. So I hope you'll take that in consideration. Thank you.
Bob Cooper, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I really hadn't even planned to speak tonight, but after hearing Stan, I think I should. I reiterate everything he has said. We've lived in our neighborhood across the street from San Luis Rey Park for almost 30 years now. Raised my son there. I've had many wonderful Halloween parties in the park. It's a lovely park, a neighborhood park, a small park, where a mom can read a book, teach her kids to walk, watch a kid practice her soccer kicks, all of that. That has changed. Now, we're living in Primo Market's parking lot, their loading zone, and their dining room. Please don't make us live in their bar. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Donna Vadrine.
Good evening,
Mayor Duncan, council members. My name is Donna Vidrine. I am a San Clemente resident, homeowner, and taxpayer. Primo is a neighborhood market. Primo has a solid reputation in San Clemente. Approve this minor conditional permit. Support San Clemente business. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional comments.
Okay. I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh.
if you could open the public hearing and allow the applicant to address the public comment, please.
Oh, I will reopen the public hearing and allow the applicant to address any public comments that they would like.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very, very brief. We have 2 speakers in opposition and 1 in support. With regard to issues about parking, the first speaker indicate parking will increase with this permit. I just don't see any evidence of that at all, and I assume staff doesn't either. Why do I say that? Let's look at the type of market it is. As the third public comment said, it is a neighborhood market. They sell tacos, they sell ceviches, they sell chips, they sell a variety of different things. You don't come there for the purpose of, you would not come there for the express purpose of buying beer or wine. There are liquor stores for that. There are supermarkets for that. Mr. Ozzie does not intend to promote himself as a liquor store. It's not that. Again, this is an ancillary service to customers who might otherwise have to drive to another location, a liquor store, a supermarket, another market, and there are other markets, is my understanding, that have similar beer and wine licenses for off-sale consumption. We're asking for the same thing here. So if you look at the facts, I don't think there is any reason to think that granting this permit, and that's what's before the council, that act will increase parking. Number 2, we've already, Mr. Ozzie, with the cooperation of staff, has already acted responsibly and diligently to address parking issues, and it's not over. We will continue to do so. Staff has suggested a condition that says if parking becomes an issue, you can bring it back for review. That's fine. We don't want parking to become a problem there, but we just don't think by granting this beer and wine license for off-sale consumption for this particular store, a neighborhood store that people walk to and bike to, is going to have any detrimental impact on the parking. Plus the things that the staff has already done, particularly with the changes that are going to be made very, very soon to the curb. That's going to improve the parking situation. So San Luis Rey Park, it's a wonderful park. I was over there this afternoon. It is a neighborhood park. And Mr. Ozzie has went out of his way by directing his staff, when you see overflow trash there, even though that's really a city job, it's a city park, to go over and try to take care of that. So I think he's going above and beyond his duty as a market owner, trying to be a responsible neighbor, responsible citizen here in San Clemente to address these concerns. So based upon that, we ask you to adopt resolution that's number 1, which would approve the MCUP for Primo Foods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something really quick.
Yes.
Is it okay? Even in consideration of the space, if you look at the square footage inside, there's less than 900 square feet of the sales place. The whole building is 2,200 square feet. So by the time you look at the sales space, even if I jammed it back with alcohol like you're all thinking, we will not have enough space, even as 3 doors of Bevmo or Trader Joe or any of these guys. So the store is very, very tiny. We just want to have it convenient. If you were there, you're buying some carne asada to take home and enjoy, so you could buy a bottle of wine with it, or draft beer, or something of value that you're going to pick up. It's not going to be your cheap beer that is going to be consumed by a homeless, or it's going to be something that we're going to make value out of, which is a little more profit than usual. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Okay, I will reclose the public hearing and open it up for deliberations. Councilmember Lefa, your light went on.
Sure. I'll I'll start off. Yeah, I mean, this is not a great location. I'm hearing more about parking than about alcohol, really. And it's not a great location for virtually anything that does business, because there's not much parking around there. But that ship has sailed for this location. It's going to stay open. Now we go to the, what's before us, and it's the beer and wine license. And I just, in my experience, with this situation, I don't see it increasing traffic at all. Nobody's going to go and stand in line to get I'm sorry, I'm not going to say an overpriced, but not a bargain priced, beer or wine. They're going to go to 7-Eleven or whatever. So you're right. It's just to add something to your tacos or whatever. Most compelling thing to me actually has been the trash. That's more what I'm worried about or concerned about. And I think you should continue doing what you're doing.
And we've gone to 3 days a week doing that on our own, with our own staff, and that's 2 hours a day. And
No more, sorry, sir, I have to cut you off because we can
No,
only, you can only talk during public comment,
I appreciate that. So.
or when the public hearing's open, I mean.
So now we go to the other part. OCSD investigated this. They have, this isn't something that's rubber stamped from downtown. We have our local deputies go down there in concert with ABC, Alcohol and Beverage Control. If there's problems, they speak up. They have found no issues that they can see here in anticipation. As far as the drinking in the park, that's illegal. It's illegal whether this guy serves beer and wine or not. If you're drinking in the park, it's illegal. Our chief of police is sitting in the back room. If this is passed, he's going to be aware if this is a location, he's going to have to tell his deputies to give some extra patrol, especially when this happens. And if there's a problem in the park with drinking, that will be addressed. So as far as the beer and wine license, I just can't see a reason not to support it.
Thank you. Any, Councilmember Enmeyer?
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to support our local small businesses. I don't want to punish them for doing well. Let's support them in the way that we can. The issue is parking. Well, then, let's look at ways to alleviate parking, and we're doing that with the curbside green zones, the 20-minute parking. I think we can look further at increasing public transportation, better bike lane access, doing other things as well. And for those that are using parks, great. Our public parks are being utilized. That's what they're there for. I would love to get some food and eat at a public park. They are there for the entire community. So I just want to say I appreciate that your small business is doing so well, and I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing.
Councilmember Cabral?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming and presenting. I think you have an extraordinary business. I'm saddened that you chose that location, though, because you could do so much better in so many other locations where there is parking. I've gone there many times. I love the food. And whenever I go, there's a long line, which is good. It means you have good food, and I agree with it. I often go when I don't stop because there's no parking. And I think we tried to address that, at the last city council meeting where we, changed the curbs in front to give you a little bit more space. I would have liked to see how that worked out before, approving this. And so for that one, that's one of the reasons I have a concern. We're also changing from 24 to 20 minutes of parking on the side. I am concerned about the process because I think our staff has said that this was reviewed as a motion to approve, and I don't think that Gene made a motion to approve. I think he made a motion to disapprove of this project when he made his motion. So how it turned into a motion to approve that got defeated, I don't understand. But maybe, at some point in time, we'll figure that out. Because I think we've already resolved this issue, and we've already made a decision on it in the past, I'm going to stick with the decision I made, and that's where I'm at.
Mayor Pro Tem Nowak?
When this matter was before us previously, it was a close call. The traffic was an issue. It was a big issue. And I think that issue's been addressed pretty effectively by the city with the parking, the curb parking, the signage, the reduction of time for parking. So I think it's been addressed. My core value is to support business, and I do support this business. And since I think the parking issues have been addressed, I'm going to be in support of a motion to approve the staff's recommendation.
All right, before a motion, I just say, Mr. Ozzie, thank you for choosing San Clemente to open this business. And setting aside the traffic issues, you're in business there, you're operating, you're successful. Our job is to make you as successful as you can be. And if you can be more successful with beer and wine, which I think there's evidence to support, then I would support that as well. Make it even more successful. So what's good for you is good for San Clemente. Thank you for your work, even cleaning up our park. We always appreciate our community coming together, businesses and as residents, to keep us clean and safe. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item 7D, appeal of minor conditional use permit 22-197, Primo Foods Beer and Wine, 2801 South El Camino Real.
I'll second.
Just for clarification, did you mean to say that you want to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2303, approving the minor conditional use permit?
Can't he just say he wants to move to adopt the staff recommendation?
Yes, yes, but there's,
Yeah, oh, okay.
it was unclear based on, if you're
Okay.
approving the appeal,
I
that
understand
suggests a
what-
denial.
I understand what you're saying. 'Cause
So,
Here's the-
which resolution would you like to?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation, adopt resolution number 23-03, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council, the City of San Clemente, California, approving minor conditional use permit 22-197, Primo Food, Beer, and Wine, a request to allow beer and wine sales for off-site consumption located at 2801 El Camino Real, and affirm the zoning administrator's approval of minor conditional use permit 22-197.
Second. Mayor and council members, I just wanted to reiterate that staff is recommending an additional condition of approval that was read as part of Laura's presentation. If you'd like me to reread that suggested condition, it's part of staff's recommendation to add that.
Incorporate that into the motion, yeah, if you like, okay.
Can I read it?
I mean,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Parking in the vicinity of the project shall be reviewed by the city planner and director of public works 6 months and 12 months after the commencement of this permit. At either review, if the city planner or director of public works, in their discretion, determines that parking issues are negatively affecting the project site, adjacent properties, or the surrounding street network, the permit shall be reviewed in a public hearing by the zoning administrator to determine if modification or revocation of this permit is necessary to address such parking issues. The applicant shall be responsible for submitting an amendment of the permit and all costs associated with it to facilitate the zoning administrator's review.
Councilmember Leffler, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the second was Enmeyer, do you accept that? Okay. So we have a motion on the table. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
With the friendly amendment, yes.
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. And I'm an aye as well. So I guess it's unanimous. Congratulations. Do you cater city council meetings?
Okay. Next item on the agenda is consideration of approving the United States Army Corps of Engineers USACE Coastal Storm Damage Reduction Project, adopting the final feasibility study and certifying the final environmental impact statement, final environmental impact report, and supplemental environmental assessment, and finding of no significant impact, adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, and authorizing entry into a state lands lease.
All right. Oh, see public hearing too. Okay, just a moment. Okay, I will open the public hearing and invite a staff presentation before we hear from the public. Thank you for bearing with us to this late hour.
Mayor, council members, Kyle Koger, Public Works Director. I have with me Ms. Leslie Meyerhoff. She's a principal with the Summit Environmental Group. I'm just going to introduce this item, and I'm going to turn it over to her to give the presentation. This is the completion of the CEQA process for the Coastal Storm Damage Reduction Project. That's our core sand replenishment project.
Thank you, Kyle. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Leslie Meyerhoff, coastal consultant for the city. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. I do have a brief presentation. However, given the late hour and the full agenda you still have ahead of you, I defer as to whether or not you would like to have the presentation given or you'd like to go right to any questions or public comment.
All right. Are we good from the briefings?
I think we're good.
Okay.
It's the thick package that we
Yes.
received.
Okay.
There's lots of information.
Okay, any question for Ms. Meyerhoff or Mr. Koger? Okay, any public comments, City Clerk?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. Then I will close the public hearing and open it up to deliberations and/or motion.
I'll move we approve, I'll move that we approve the staff recommendation. Do I need to read that ordinance, Madam City Attorney?
I can read it for you.
There's no ordinance.
Okay, then I will move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Cabral. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Next item is code amendment, commercial and recreational vehicle parking, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right, I will open the public hearing. Do we have a staff presentation? So I see you looking around. I guess it's you. Was it Kyle? No?
On behalf of Deputy Community Development Director Adam Atamian, this item
it's Adam.
is modifications to the commercial and recreational vehicle parking ordinance. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Please, no questions. Please, no questions. We will wait a moment here and see if
Let's
Mr.
wait a moment.
Tamian is available. Here he is.
Not so fast.
Likes to make a dramatic entry.
Yeah,
in there.
that's right.
Can you introduce yourself?
All right. My apologies, Mayor and members of the City Council. Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. For your consideration tonight is an introduction of a commercial and recreational vehicle parking ordinance. This item comes to the council based on its direction for the Public Safety Committee to review potential amendments to the city's parking regulations as it relates to such vehicles. The Public Safety Committee met on February 28th of this year to review a number of ordinances that were provided for their consideration from multiple neighboring jurisdictions, and the Public Safety Committee's deliberation on those items identified the City of Dana Point's ordinance as being of particular interest, and they recommended that the city adopt an ordinance similar to theirs. So city staff, working with our colleagues at the Orange County Sheriff's Department, drafted an ordinance based on the Dana Point model, but we tailored it, and I will go into some of that detail in just a second, tailored it to be integrated into our municipal code. The major changes from our existing code as it relates to commercial and recreational vehicles, the major changes that this ordinance proposes would mean that parking for commercial vehicles on city streets would remain prohibited overnight. However, the hours when parking commercial vehicles would be prohibited would expand to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. instead of its current midnight to 5 a.m. Recreational vehicle parking, including the parking of trailers on city streets and public parking lots, would no longer be permitted to park for up to 5 hours without a parking, essentially a parking pass issued by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The regulations related to those parking permits for recreational vehicles are very similar to what we have in place now. Right now, we allow up to 6 permits per year. Those permits, while they're described a little differently between our current code and the Dana Point model, they both amount to the same thing, and that's a permit that covers a 72-hour period for loading and unloading based on RV trips. Third, with the proposed ordinance, the section 1028-150, which is titled Parking Trailers, et cetera, on Streets, is recommended to be deleted in its entirety. It becomes, the regulations that are in that current section of code become unnecessary with the adoption of this ordinance. The fourth item is that wide vehicles are currently not regulated in the San Clemente Municipal Code. This ordinance actually has a section that covers wide vehicles, so that provides some additional regulations for us, and it will prohibit the parking of wide vehicles between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then there are some new definitions that are being added to section 1004-010 definitions. The Dana Point model includes the definitions applicable to that section in that section. Our ordinance, our traffic ordinance includes definitions that are in a separate section, but they apply to the entire title. One particular note is that there have been multiple council meetings over the past couple years related to concerns about commercial vehicles parked on residential streets, and it relates specifically to pickup trucks that have racks, utility racks on them, and there are ladders installed on those racks. And the issue here is that the California Vehicle Code definition of commercial vehicle carves out an exception for for pickup trucks. However, it says that if you have a utility, if you have either a utility bed or a utility rack over the bed, and you have items, commercial items attached to that rack, it then becomes a commercial vehicle. So if the council would like to address the issue of allowing pickup trucks with racks and items of a commercial nature, which would be ladders, it could be pieces of rebar or tools, things of that nature, we could delete section 3 of the definition of commercial vehicle and that would allow somebody with a pickup truck that has items of a commercial nature attached to a utility rack to park on public residential streets. The proposed ordinance does not qualify as a project. This is a modification of existing regulations that will not foreseeably have a indirect physical change in the environment. And so with that, staff is recommending that the staff and the Public Safety Committee are recommending that the council introduce an ordinance regulating commercial and recreational vehicles. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
Just one quick one for clarification. The Public Safety Committee and the staff's recommendation doesn't include the alleviating of the commercial vehicle section that you're talking about. That's an option for us.
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nolak?
Yes, when you mentioned the removal of Part 3, you're talking about Section 3, subsection B, subsection 5 in Section 3, right?
Yeah, so just, so everybody's looking at the
Of the
same
ordinance.
thing. If we were to turn to page 5 of the report, that's page 2 of the proposed ordinance.
Paragraph 5 on the bottom of the page, that's what you're
Yeah, it's-
referring to. Which is in Section 3. When you
It's-
mentioned Section 3, that's what you're referring to.
You are correct,
Okay, thank
council
you.
member. Yeah.
It's, yeah, number 3 in
Got it.
section 5, or
Yes.
B5, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
I do.
Yes.
I'm trying to get a better understanding of the RV parking situation. I'm driving around the country and I'm touring the US, and I said, let me go to San Diego, and I want to come to San Clemente. What can I do? Where can I park?
It's late at night, you roll into town.
Yeah,
right, in
roll
your
into
RV.
town. What's the situation?
Depends on what your intention is. If you are here to purchase provisions for the continuation of your trip, if you can find a parking spot on
I want
private
to park
property.
close so I can get a view of the ocean.
Well, you'd have your
I
option.
don't have any money, so I'm on a budget.
So there may
I
be
want to
some.
park for free.
Yeah, so there may be some facilities at the state parks that could accommodate you. However, if you want to park on a city street, you'll need to do so with a parking pass. And those parking passes limit who can apply for those permits. And the parking permits are essentially tied to the adjacent property.
Okay.
So if you don't own property here, you might have a difficult time.
I'll have to go find the state park.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that's as a result of this change?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it used to be different before we would implement this?
Yeah, ultimately, the most fundamental change is that RVs are currently allowed to park for up to 5 hours with no permits, with nothing. And that presented an enforcement challenge for the Orange County Sheriff's Department to identify when a vehicle, a recreational vehicle shows up, and then 5 hours later, deal with noncompliance. In this case, if it's parked on a city street, it needs a parking pass, or it's not allowed to be there.
You need to get that parking pass ahead of time?
Say that one more time?
You need to get that parking pass ahead of time?
Yes, you would.
Okay.
Now, like I said, there are, and I need to clarify one thing. People who own a property here, own an RV, they are allowed to park their RV in front of their property for 24 hours for loading and unloading. If they need more time than that, then they have to get a permit. I'm talking about people who do not own property in the city and would not be able to meet that requirement. They're not going to be allowed to park.
There's no permit or pass that they can get that would allow them to park any amount of time on a city street beyond just, I guess,
So,
running
yeah,
into
let
a
me,
store or something?
let me clarify when the parking passes are required. All right, so the ordinance on, and I'm reading on page 8 here, this is page 8 of the packet. It says, "No person shall park, stop, or leave standing any of the types of recreational vehicles that are identified in this on any city street, designated publicly used parking lot or alley, except in the following." So the first is for the purpose of loading or unloading immediately adjacent to the residential property for which the vehicle is registered for a period not to exceed 24 hours or longer if a permit is issued. Or 2, if the vehicle is parked immediately adjacent to the property to which it is registered and used for daily business activities for a period not to exceed 72 hours if a permit's acquired.
Is there a fee for that permit?
No, those permits are free.
Thank you.
Question for you.
Yes.
If someone is out of compliance on this, And where do they go? Do they just, are we saying leave the city? Is that the assumption? And if so, would we then be in compliance with state law?
Well, compliance with state law, I'll leave that.
Let's defer that one.
Yeah, I'll defer that to the city attorney. But as far as where can they go, so the fundamental, I guess the fundamental regulation here is that these vehicles are to be parked on a public street, need to be associated with a piece of real property that's where the vehicle's registered. There are other places in the city where a vehicle could park. I can't speak for how long-term that would be, but there are private parking lots that could accommodate the parking of an RV. By private property, I'm speaking of commercial property where they've got access for those types of vehicles.
What I'm getting at here is essentially Martin versus Boise here. Would we still be in compliance with Martin versus Boise?
Let's defer that type of legal question.
Let's take public comment, and then I think we might
Yeah.
have some staff comments.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Tamian before we hear the public comments?
None.
No? Okay. How many public comments, City Clerk?
3 public comments. Amanda, followed by George Gregory, followed by Donna Vidrine.
I hope this item gets continued, and I'm requesting that because a lot of history has been not even discussed. This has been a problem at Maxburg Park, RV and van parking, and Adam Ataman knows this because I remember talking to him on the phone, and he had mentioned to me there's no ordinance for RV parking, and there is a email between Erickson and I saying, yes, there is a parking ordinance. In this current 1028.230, it does say that there is an ability to get a parking pass. And there's 6 round-trip RV parking extensions may be issued per residential addresses per calendar year. All you have to call is the Sheriff's Department dispatch at 949-770-6011. The problem happened was that RVs, vans were parking along Maxburg Park in front of Las Palmas Elementary School. I approached major stakeholders, former trustee Patricia Holloway, trustee Amy Hanachek, deputy superintendent Clark Hampton, Principal Barossa, and the concerns were that people were going onto school grounds. So this is a public safety issue. This was presented to previous councils where Councilmember Ham decided, all you have to do is we have ordinances, but you just have to meet with Captain, I guess it was Captain Manhart at the time. So then it was brought back. There was changes to the parking at Maxburg Park, and you go there, people, some RVs go there during the day, public day use. The maximum is like 5 hours, which is great because it creates a moving along versus, having them stay there for days to weeks to months. So now with this is completely, this just completely is just a terrible thing. Because there's a lot of things that need to be clarified. Next slide, please. This proposal seeks to clarify and simplify the existing code. However, it doesn't. There's numerous errors, omissions, and issues regarding, and if you're comparing this to Dana Point, well, it's not the same as San Clemente. First of all, City of Dana Point actually enforces their ordinances. Second, San Clemente is substantially larger in terms of land area, and it has numerous beaches and are accessible via multiple trails and parking areas. Dana Point has less beaches, and the majority of the beach adjacent property exists on cliffs or at the harbor. So using Dana Point should not be the standard to apply in San Clemente. Next slide, please. I'm going to keep on going to RVs in the back. One more, if you could just move forward. Next slide. Is that my time?
sorry.
All right.
All right, and
George
next-
Gregory, followed by Donna Vidrine.
Anybody tired yet? George Gregory, North Beach, hopefully soon to be emancipated criminal, unrehabilitated. To subject businesses, and we've been talking about businesses a lot, my businesses ran out of a truck, just like a lawyer and his Porsche and his briefcase. My briefcase just happens to be huge and makes a lot of noise when it goes over a speed bump. To say that an officer's got to be subjective enough to decide whether my wares in my pickup truck are commercial or not is kind of silly, because even surfboards have become commercial. Surf schools, surf lessons, surf camps. So anyways, pickup trucks shouldn't be subject to content, color, or style. This is America. We're supposed to be free. It's kind of silly that every one of the council people here can have a ladder on their truck or car every day and drive around all around and park on the streets, but I can't properly secure my ladder to my vehicle for overnight storage or flip a chain around it to secure it also. And this is the same for our little gardeners and stuff with their lawnmowers and things like that. That's why we get trucks, is to haul our stuff around. No matter if it's a surfboard, a bunch of rusty bicycles, or some nice tools. So stop being so mean to the businesses and stop picking on everybody. You know, I didn't move to an association neighborhood because I knew Mrs. Kravitz would be giving me a hard time. And let's face it, you know, if we're going to do this to pickup trucks, maybe we need to bring burqas to San Clemente, because I don't like the look of Mrs. Kravitz. So, you know, let free business reign. Let us drive the vehicle that we need. Some people drive vans and stuff. I never thought much of people that work out of vans, because anytime I couldn't find them, I'd find them asleep in their van. So a pickup truck is a very open vehicle and stuff like that. You don't get many calls about the suspicious pickup truck driving around the neighborhood. You get calls about suspicious vans driving around the neighborhood. So you got to strike that part of the language in this commercial vehicle thing. It was used as a political weapon against me, almost got me thrown in jail, almost lost my license, just because I had a ladder on my truck. Good grief. You guys want to fight? Knock on the door. Don't send somebody to my house in the middle of the night to cite me. It's terrible, terrible business. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For your consideration.
Donna Vidrine.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan, council members. My name is Donna Vidrine. I am a San Clemente resident, homeowner, and taxpayer. I have two concerns with this. My question to you is, what is the plan for persons living in their vehicles in San Clemente, whether it be a camper, a truck, an RV, or a car? This might be their only housing. Will they be ticketed? They might lose their only shelter. If there is no affordable housing or shelter available, and who will enforce this? Is this enforceable if their vehicle is their only housing? Who is going to be responsible for enforcing this? My second concern after listening tonight is my adult children driving their campers to visit family in San Clemente, staying at my house. They are not homeowners in San Clemente. My children are not allowed to park their campers on city streets. That's my second concern. So I hope you address my concerns during your council comments. Thank you.
We have no more public comments.
No more public comments. Do we leave the public hearing open to answer further questions, or should we? Yeah. Okay, if there's any further questions of staff or clarification, then we should leave the public hearing open until those are resolved.
Well, there might be, but.
Okay,
But
well, then we'll leave it open.
Just for conversation, can I circle back to the Public Safety Committee? Another great job by them, by the way.
Oh, wow.
A lot of hard work.
Who chaired that committee?
I can't remember, but there it goes. Guys are doing good. But anyway, just to clarify a couple of things here. This, and by the way, to Mr. Gregory, in the Public Safety Committee, you weren't a component of that. This is all about RVs. Trust me on that part. And this is common. It's not just Dana Point. We use Dana Point because the models seem to be pretty clear. But you go to virtually any city's municipal code, and they're very, very similar. The time limits might be a little bit different, but they're very similar. I think Mr. Atamian can attest to that. I mean, we're not out in left field somewhere. What it really did was define, because there's so many different RVs, the lengths and widths and heights and whatever, and so it just kind of tightened up the descriptions. So that being said, whether they're enforced or not, I mean, are all those ordinances enforceable? They absolutely are enforceable. Whether they're not enforced, that's another issue completely, or what the reason is behind that. I think, and to your point, Mark, there's this rumor like that there's a state law that says you can just park anywhere you want and stay as long as you want. And I don't believe that that's true. It's a rumor. A lot of cities are altering their municipal codes to be more lenient, but there's no state mandate that you have to let people park anywhere you want to. So that's more for the public than you. I'm just, letting you know. So anyway, with that now, I know we're going to be discussing specifically the merits of this and whatever, and I just wanted to give you some background of how this actually came to fruition.
No, I appreciate all the work that the Security Committee has gone through in creating this. I think overall it's a good code to look at. I'm just sort of looking at some of the unforeseen consequences that may come of this. And that's where I'm just sort of wondering where our law enforcement can enforce this and where we're going to have trouble with that. Just something to think about.
I think and I'm not going to call Chief Christian up here. Just if I say something that's completely out of bounds, just wave and yell and scream. But there is a consideration for this in the enforcement. This is basically for unoccupied vehicles. That's the concern. You live in a private neighborhood and somebody decides, I can't afford $400 a month to store my RV, but I know there's parking down there and I'll just leave the thing and move it 6 inches every 72 hours. And I think those are the things that OCSD definitely enforces. They'll mark them and they'll enforce them. They do have a policy, if there's somebody sleeping in their car, OCSD will not bang on the door, wake those people up, or tow their car. Am I wrong about that, Chief? Does that seem pretty accurate? Yeah, okay, so they are kind of covered under Martin versus Boise in our city and with our sheriffs. Not technically as a federal law or anything, but they do recognize that. And so they aren't rousting people out for parking on a public street. So I think if that mitigates it for you a little bit, this whole ordinance wasn't aimed at homeless people sleeping in their cars. It was for storing, cars on, commercial vehicles on streets and leaving them for a long period of time. And that's why they're residential streets, are not commercial streets. So that's what it was for. So please don't think anybody that this was targeting anything specific like that.
Back to the ordinance itself, Mr. Atamian, what do you say to the comment about a friend or family member who visits in an RV and wants to park, and you want to you have no problem having them park in front of your house? It would appear that they would not be permitted to do that here because they would, first of all, to address the other comment, the only vehicles permitted to park are those in front of the registered address, I guess, if it meets this definition in here, right?
That's correct.
Right, so the issue with people who are out of town or whatever, and they can't get a permit, right?
Not unless the vehicle's
So
registered to
the permit in that parking permit section, it only applies to the two categories above, which both require that you park in front of the house that you're registered at.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you say then about the family member who comes into town and you want to let them park in front of your house with the RV to say hi and then continue on their way the next day?
Well, I would say that, the intention here is is to regulate large oversized vehicles generally on residential streets. There are already a number of streets that vehicles that exceed a certain dimension are not allowed to park on. So even if this code was not adopted, there's plenty of streets where you cannot technically park what most of us would see as a recreational vehicle. This simply it clarifies some sections of code that are just present enforcement difficulties. This does not preclude somebody from coming here in an RV. A lot of people who do own property here and own RVs, they can't park their RVs out on the street in perpetuity. I would recommend, there's a couple, at least one RV storage business in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. Maybe reach out to them. If you're staying at somebody's house, why you would need a recreational vehicle the entire time you're visiting is that those two things are not required to occur at the same time.
Right. I guess what I'm sort of wondering is if we would allow the person who lives in the property to get the permit, regardless of whether the vehicle was registered there or not, I think you're sort of covered and you still address the issue. But anyway, that seems like maybe an area that we could sort of tweak to make that adjustment. But yes, Councilmember Cabral.
I have some questions about the pickups with material on them. Can you help me understand? We do, maybe none of us here live in a neighborhood where people park loud. I know I don't. We have a homeowners association that doesn't permit it. But there are a few neighborhoods where we have a lot of people that work and have trucks, and probably everybody in the neighborhood has a truck with a ladder or equipment parked in their front yard or the street. I mean, that's the nature of that neighborhood. I mean, and I can think of probably two of them that, everybody there works in a kind of business that has ladders and business. Will they be prohibited then under this new rule from parking in front of their house?
Well, that's the same as it's been.
now.
It's not a new rule.
This isn't a new rule.
Okay,
You're prohibited
that's how it's
right
been.
now.
But just a point of clarification, it's if it's over the back end of the vehicle too,
Just over
right?
the back
So,
end.
Yeah, only if it extends farther than the end of the vehicle. It doesn't mean anything that has any pickup that has a ladder. It's only if it extends farther than the back of the bed, just as it's written.
Okay.
Just to make that point. But, yeah, and that's the rule now, Victor. City manager, do you have any
I do.
any input here?
I would have a request if the council would suspend this item and move on to the next item and allow me to confer with Mr. Atamian and the city attorney very quickly, and then we'll come back and.
Okay.
If we
That
could do
sounds,
I would
so,
appreciate that.
okay, you're going to do that while we're covering the
next
next
item, I
item?
would
Okay,
appreciate that.
that's fine.
Pause this item and go to the next.
Yeah, so do we need a motion for that? Okay.
I'll
No.
move we temporarily pause this item and move to the next item until we reconvene back in the public hearing, because you haven't closed the public hearing yet, have
I
you?
need to close the public, keep it open, okay.
Okay, then just pause this item,
yeah,
including the public hearing. and hear the
Suspend
next
the item until we
Finish the next item. and we'll come
Okay.
back to
Keep
this
us
item.
out of trouble.
Yeah. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer to suspend the item until we conclude the next item. All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, Mayor and Council, next item on the agenda is a code amendment relating to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, Human Affairs Committee respectively adding Chapter 2.45, establishing an Arts and Culture Committee, and consideration of a resolution regarding compensation for members of the Arts and Culture Committee and Coastal Advisory Committee. So The item before you was brought at the request of council at its June 20th, 2023 meeting, and we have amended the municipal code to include an Arts and Culture Committee and to increase the Human Affairs Committee meetings from meeting bi-monthly to a monthly basis. In addition to that, I've brought forward a resolution for your consideration for compensation to the Arts and Culture Committee and Coastal Advisory Committee in line with what other commissions and committees are paid, and that is $55 per meeting. So if you have any questions.
I've got one question. Could you just go ahead and include the Public Safety Committee in with that compensation? Because they've never been compensated for anything.
Absolutely.
There was a $55.
And the Public Safety Committee has never been compensated.
The other committees have, but not the public
Yes.
safety?
But you see, we're used to working for hard work for not much money, so.
We would need a separate ordinance to.
We're going to need another.
I can bring back a separate item.
Now they got to wait another month.
That's right. More free work. We'll just squeeze the last little bit out.
And along those same lines, the Investment Advisory Committee also is, Public Safety Committee and Investment Advisory are the two that do not currently receive compensation. Would you like me to bring that back as well?
Yeah, because they're dealing with the money. Do we want to give council, the city clerk direction to bring back an item for both Public Safety Committee and Investment Advisory?
I would.
All right.
I'll move that.
I'm really surprised to hear that there wasn't.
We don't complain.
I will,
I'll second that.
And, I've got a third here, so we've got, I think we've got consensus on bringing that back.
And one more quick thing, we get this one out of the way, is I'd also move that we direct the city clerk to open up advertising for the open seat for public safety. Again, it expired this time, and I think there's going to be at least one qualified candidate that's interested in serving, but we need to advertise again, and I'd like support on directing her to do that.
And I'll be the third.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Happy to do that. So I will advertise without returning to council on that particular item. With
Okay,
that.
back to the item that's agendized. I see the city attorney is out of the room for one day. and
This is
here we
the
go.
opportunity.
I think there's a relationship there. Okay, so is any questions for the city clerk about, any other questions about this item?
Yeah.
Okay, just for clarification, the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission has 7 members, right? Okay.
Correct.
We kept it there.
Yes.
Human Affairs has 7 members, Arts and Culture, 5, and Coastal Advisory, 5.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Wait,
Any other questions?
quick question. Was there talk at all about moving numbers from Beaches Park and Rec down from 7 to 5 because we are taking some of those people over, or not necessarily taking some of those people, but with them having less responsibility of the beach aspect, do we need 7 people on Beaches, Parks and Rec?
They have a bunch of subcommittees, and it's hard to have a bunch of subcommittees where you can only have 2 people.
I think we decided to stick with 7. Just there's a lot of interest. It's not like we
lot of
suffer
people
there,
looking
and
to get
there's-
involved also.
then it accounts for if people are missing and can't attend certain meetings. You still have a number of people there. So yes, I mean a good observation. There was a thought, but I think we decided to stick with 7. So, okay.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
And then you want to read the ordinance?
I'll read it.
Okay.
Introduce ordinance number 1756 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending chapters 2.28 and 2.40 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente relating to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission and Human Affairs Committee respectively, adding chapter 2.45 establishing an Arts and Culture Committee. Number 2, adopt resolution number 2375 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, relating to compensation paid to members of the Arts and Culture Committee and Coastal Advisory Committee. Upon adoption of ordinance number 1756, direct staff to recruit to fill 5 vacancies on the newly created Arts and Culture Committee and set a meeting date to interview and appoint committee members, and receive and file the administrative report. And then in addition to that, we will bring back a resolution with compensation for the Public Safety Committee and Investment Advisory Committee, and I'll advertise for the public safety, for the opening on the Public Safety Committee.
Does that accurately express your motion?
It does.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second Leffler. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. Now,
And we
we still don't
discussed
have.
item B, so we can move on
High-five freedom.
to I-5 Freedom Network. Would you like me to take this one as well?
Yes. Are you
Okay.
prepared, City Clerk,
Sure.
to present on this one?
Yes, this is a request from the I-5 Freedom Network and the Levi Project, request to use the city letterhead to send information to local hotels to give them advice on signs for human trafficking. And I believe it was discussed at the Public Safety Committee, this project. And this request is simply to use city letterhead.
Any questions of staff here?
Yeah, and just also clarification, this is also when there's like a recognition program, when a hotel meets certain standards, they get recognition, and I think a couple of hotels have been recognized. We're looking for something from the city saying that we met something, and my suggestion would be not just the city letterhead, but maybe, you know, the I-5 Freedom Network in concert with the city, something on it that says you've met this, because it's a partnership with the city and the I-5 Freedom Network. They're the ones that are doing all the education and all that. So this is just recognition, and maybe, like I say, if we just did something in concert with their logo and ours or something.
And this is like a one-page letter, City Clerk, that they would receive and could maybe put up on their wall or something and say, look, we got this letter from the city and I-5 Freedom Network saying we are certified. It may make people want to stay there more, I guess, or whatever. Okay.
That's correct. The sample letter is attached is provided as attachment 1. They do have a logo that says I-5 Freedom Network and City of San Clemente, a proposed logo. And the hotels would be provided a QR code where folks could scan the QR code and learn more information about it. So,
Okay. And do we have any public comments?
no public comments. No.
All right. Trying to stall here. All right. We sure?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve item 9C, approve the use of city letterhead for the I-5 Freedom Network / the Levi project.
I'll second.
Okay, that motion is Leffler, second is Enmeyer. I just note that this was part of the work that Gene and I did on the task force or the subcommittee dealing with human trafficking. So it's certainly in line with prior council direction. With that, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. And I think we need the city.
If you'd like to move on, I have one more item I can present to you. While we're waiting, it's designation of voting delegate and alternates to
Okay.
represent San Clemente at the
Sure.
League of Cities. So the annual League of Cities Conference this year is in Sacramento, California, from September 20th to 22nd. Each year, the League of Cities requests that cities designate a voting delegate for their annual business meeting, and this is your time to designate a voting delegate and perhaps an alternate if you choose to do so.
Yes, who?
I have an
Oh,
interest.
go ahead.
I'm going to be out of state that week, so I won't be able to participate in any fashion.
Okay.
There's no one assigned to this right now. I mean, we don't have someone appointed to this.
To be the delegate or the alternate?
Yeah.
No, yeah, we're doing that right now.
I have an interest.
Okay, are you signed up for the League of Cities meeting?
I am not.
Okay, do you know if we can still sign up?
I believe registration is still open.
Yeah, I remember that Courtney had a concern with the hotels, but the hotel doesn't really matter. I mean, honestly, like, you could say at any hotel, you're going to the sessions every day. So I think if it should be as many of us as can go as possible, because this is actually a really good program. Okay, so You'll have to get signed up, but you have an interest in being the delegate. Okay, so just from past experience, so like the conference kind of winds down and everybody goes home Friday morning, and if you stay, you stay for this, the voting, which kind of can take a few extra hours. But if you're fine with that, okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we designate Victor Cabral as the voting delegate from the city of San Clemente for the September 22 League of Cities Annual Conference.
Okay, so I know I'm going, Mark, you're going. Do you want to be an alternate?
Yeah, it'll be an alternate.
Okay, so you want a friendly amendment to have Mark as the alternate?
Absolutely.
Well, at the same time, would this be the approval of our travel to this?
I would think so. I don't know if we're budgeted for it, but if we're not, we need to find the money to do it.
So the approval of the travel is not on the agenda, so I
Let's throw it on
recommend
then.
that
Let's
be
throw it on
on the
next.
consent.
Okay, we'll put that on the next
time.
consent. Let's put it on the first one we can, which is the next one. Okay.
Yes.
For anyone going. Okay, so the motion is no block, second. Did we get a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, second is Enmeyer to have Councilmember Cabral be the voting delegate and Councilmember Enmeyer being the alternate. All in favor? Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. And we are back to our open public hearing. Are we ready to
Yes.
get back to that? Okay, so we're back to item, let's see here. 7F. Hearing, public hearing is still open. And city manager, do you have
I do.
an
I have a
update?
request. There's a couple little things that we would like to clean up in this ordinance, and if at all possible, we would ask that we continue this item until the August 15th meeting. I think that would be prudent in this case.
I move that we continue item 7F to the August 15th council meeting.
And you're continuing it for the purpose of what?
We want to address some of the things that are in there, make sure that they are enforceable, and make sure that we have the understanding with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. What we don't want to do is pass an ordinance that they don't plan to enforce and put us in a position where staff is, once you make policy, my job is to implement it. If it's not going to be implemented, then I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, and I'm not completely sure that we are. So.
Okay, I don't think there's a time sensitivity necessarily here. so-
I don't know that there's a time sensitivity, but I would like to, as part of our consideration of this ordinance, when it goes back to staff, ask specifically that the Section 3 dealing with the trucks and commercial vehicles be eliminated from the ordinance.
Okay.
Can I ask one quick question also? So at the same time, are you going to go through all of our municipal code and find out what the sheriffs will enforce and not enforce?
Not, this is specific to this ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes, thank you.
Building on what Mayor Pro Tem Nunbach was saying, so I think what you're saying is you want to have an alternative where that's not part of it for
That's correct.
consideration.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so at least it's sort of clear, here's what it is without it, here's what it is with it, and then we'll,
like to just bifurcate it now and make the commercial truck a separate thing?
I just think at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the article, that the Section 3 dealing with pickup trucks and ladders being considered commercial is eliminated from the ordinance.
okay, but that's,
Well,
that we'll have to vote on that at that meeting, whether we're going to do that.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
That's
Right
why I
now,
was
if we were to approve this tonight, would we be able to eliminate that provision from this ordinance? This is the
Oh, yeah.
first reading.
If we wanted to, we could have a motion to pass the ordinance without that provision tonight, but we're not going to do that because we're hearing it at the next meeting.
So we can incorporate that at the next meeting.
You can make that motion at the next meeting.
Or you could make the motion now to have that be excluded so that staff would know which alternative.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we exclude that now so staff's aware of our position, if that is our position, and that the ordinance can be drafted accordingly with that provision excluded.
So for clarification also then, so what we're saying then is commercial vehicles with ladders can park on public streets?
No, what I'm saying is the definition of commercial vehicles that allow pickup trucks with ladders and other commercial items attached to a utility rack not be included in the definition of a commercial vehicle, which would exclude them from being able to park on the street. So it gives them an allowance.
Sounds like specifically subsection 3.
Subsection 3,
So-
specifically section 3,
I wanna-
subsection B5.
I just want to clarify again. Trucks with ladders on the racks are allowed to park as long as it doesn't extend beyond the end of the truck. We keep sort of mixing those two up. And why is that? So that if your ladder extends 5 feet beyond the end of the truck, that means somebody can't park in that 5 feet because they would run their windshield potentially into the ladder. That's why it's in there.
Well, the vehicle code allows for trucks that have ladders or any other projectile or object beyond, I think, 18 inches that have to be properly marked anyway. So,
Yeah, but it's not about proper marking, it's about not enough parking space in our old streets that don't have a lot of that kind of parking. But if you want to make the motion, we can do that, and then I guess sort of continue the rest of it. But is that what you'd like to make?
That's my
Okay.
motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion, I think we're clear on the motion. Is everybody clear on the motion?
Just not 100,
I-
not 100%.
Actually, I would really like to discuss this further.
Then let's bring it back.
Well, can I ask Adam one quick question? Right now, the section that we're taking out, does that change what our municipal code says is legal or not legal?
Yes. Right now, the definition, as identified in section, let me get here so that we're all on the same page. Okay, so in section 3, subsection B5, the definition of commercial vehicle, this is how it currently exists in the code. So we would be removing the prohibition of, on pickup trucks with a utility rack with commercial items attached to it.
That extends beyond.
So.
Is that on there?
Let me just, maybe I'll just read that particular section. I read it a little bit differently. So the vehicle has been modified to include a rack extending over the length of the vehicle's bed, which most racks do, that extend over the cab.
Exactly.
If you have that type of rack and you put a ladder on it, whether the ladder extends beyond the horizontal limits of the rack, that's going to be, in today's code, identified as a commercial vehicle.
And if we eliminated that from the ordinance, and a truck were to have a ladder that was 5 feet beyond, that would still be a parking violation if it were taking up 2 spaces?
Yes, so like there would still be some limitations on how far that stuff extends.
My intent in this was not to allow ladders 5 feet beyond the boundaries of the truck, but the ordinance currently says if it's beyond the length of the bed, which means if you have a cab over the cabin, that would be illegal, and that's what I wanted to address.
Yes. So you could have a pickup truck with a utility rack that extends over the cab and have nothing attached to it. You can park that. But the second you attach some item of commercial, a commercial wear, like a ladder,
Becomes illegal.
that's when that parking becomes unpermitted.
Whether it's extended beyond the bumpers of the vehicle, regardless.
Yes.
If a vehicle did have a large extension, let's say a ladder that extended 5 feet beyond the bumper of the vehicle, would that make it illegal under the current? If we eliminated this from the ordinance, would that be appropriate or legal?
Yes, so even with or without that, and I'll look to Captain Christian for if there are California Vehicle Code regulations that limit the amount items can stick, that are attached to vehicles can stick out past the vehicle.
While operating the vehicle, yes.
Would you consider, if we just put the whole thing over so we can get some clear language on this, and then the public might want to speak to it also. I think you're going in the right direction, but I hesitate to remove something completely out of our municipal code without really getting it defined
Do you want to vote on the motion? You called the motion. We can vote on it, or you can agree that we'll just put this over with everything else.
You know, we've had a citizen that's been declared illegal for several years now. I'd like an immediate, but I don't know. If it's not being enforced, I have no problem with extending this to the next discussion. But I think it needs to be addressed, it needs to be remedied, it's logical, it's appropriate. And I'm not talking about a fire ladder that would extend 20 feet beyond. I'm talking about vehicles that have ladders that are within the confines, bumper to bumper.
No,
Right now, it's illegal, it shouldn't be, and that's what I
I
want to
agree,
address.
I agree. Like I say, though, I'd like to have it defined, we are going to have an ordinance of some kind about having commercial vehicles, but we need to define what those are. But I think just removing this,
Okay, well, I think I made a motion, I think there was a second. I'm going to ask my second. Do you want to vote, or do you want to discuss it
If we
later?
had more time to figure this out.
Okay,
between now and
then
we could put it
I'll withdraw my motion, but ask staff to incorporate an alternative in the next ordinance discussion so that that can be specifically addressed in an affirmative manner.
Do we vote on putting it over yet?
We have not yet. I'm sorry to do this, but can I add one more thing for the staff to consider? We have these, over the last couple of years, these larger vans that are also, RVs. Is that included in this ordinance at all? They're sort of crossover vans / RVs, if you.
Yes, you're referring to the Sprinter van, which has become a staple in many neighborhoods. If they meet the definitions, then yes, they do. If there's some additional information and other sections of the California Vehicle Code that touch on those types of vehicles as well. We can put together some information for your consideration at the next meeting. If you want that better spelled out, how those types of vehicles would, how this potential ordinance would apply to those types of vehicles.
I think that, because those are like everyday vehicles, but they're too big to park in a garage. I think that's what you're getting at, so, yeah, all right.
Park in a driveway.
Well, maybe you don't have a driveway, or you have a very short driveway.
So I'll amend my motion to include a postponement to the next council meeting with the staff modification that they incorporate that, have a provision to incorporate that into the ordinance.
As an option?
As an option.
Okay, because we're not voting on it. Okay, and the second is,
I'll second.
okay, Leffler, and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, moving on, let's see.
Let's keep George out of jail between now and the next meeting if we can.
We are on to item 9D, agreement between the City of San Clemente, the California Department of Transportation, and the Orange County Transportation Authority.
It's the last thing, right?
City manager?
Mayor and council, given the hour, I know that you guys have had a chance to read that staff report, and there's only one thing I'd like to say in that staff report. And I am the author of that staff report, and I wanted to make sure that it's very clear in there that I don't want to undervalue the effort that was put in by our residents and by the council and by everybody who united in trying to make sure that the toll road would not come through our community, and somehow elevate OCTA and/or Caltrans to the same level. And I think in writing that, I kind of brought them to the same level, that, you guys did an incredible job in this community coming together and fighting the toll road. Oh, and these guys did the same thing. That's not what happened, and I apologize that was probably a little insensitive. The bottom line is, really, the effort that was put forward by the elected officials, the residents of this community, are far exceed what was done by OCTA. I won't go through it tonight, but I think that I was a little insensitive in the way that I wrote that, and I wanted to clarify that. With that said, I'm glad that OCTA and Caltrans now see it the same way we do, and that a toll road in our community doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'm glad that we've been able to come to an agreement that it doesn't make sense to be in our community. So, just want to clarify that, though, because I think I was a little insensitive about the way I wrote that. So.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, any public comments?
We do have two comments. Amanda Q, and we have an anonymous resident that is going to read a statement on behalf of Laura Smith. So Amanda Q.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate the acknowledgement of our fellow San Clemente residents who fought against the toll roads and former city council members that really came to the call. Basically, our efforts with fighting the toll road, LPPE, and toll lanes, our managed lanes was completely different from what this is. The main problem is that I see in this agreement, it's been done without city council vote, disclosure, or even public comment. This has not been discussed with San Clemente residents as an agenda item at our city council meetings until now. This agreement has not been voted on by our city council members to approve the use of public funds in the amount of $750,000 in open session. This has not been a transparent process. However, the only way the public even learned about this was from a San Clemente Times article, OCTA board to consider agreement assuring city's participation in traffic project. This agreement had a deadline of July 10th, while the article was issued on Friday, July 7th, virtually ensuring that the public will not have time to arrange any opposition or engage in any meaningful discourse with our elected officials regarding this agreement to speak at the OCTA meeting. These agreements raise serious concerns or questions about how this contribution agreement between the City of San Clemente and OCTA with the California Department of Transportation has been decided upon in closed session. There's been no public engagement on this matter as it was not discussed in open session. The matter becomes more egregious since it involves an agreement to use public funds in the amount of $750,000. Bless you. When reading agreement 124845 titled the contribution agreement with Caltrans and the cities of San Clemente, I'm concerned about what is included in the agreement. It states the purpose of this agreement to add a high occupancy HOV lane in each direction of Interstate 5 from Orange County, San Diego County line to Avenida Pico, reestablish auxiliary lanes where feasible, widen existing undercrossings and replace existing overcrossings to accommodate the I-5 widening will be referred to hereafter as a project. So there is accommodation to widen. And if you listen at the April 19th, 2022 City Council meeting, Josue Badgelenti, representatives of OCTA, specifically said that they were going to go beyond the border of the I-5, actually adding 12 feet on either side, which is, actually it was Mayor Pro Tem Duncan that asked Josue, and he said, yes, it's going to go extend beyond the border of the I-5. So it also says that the PAED, various PS, plan-specific estimate, construction support, and construction capital, and construction related to reducing the noise aesthetic. Basically, what they're adding is that you're not only does this contain the PA, it's also other stuff.
Yeah, appreciate it. Next comment?
Anonymous speaker.
Never volunteer if your items 8, 10, 11.
As a resident of San Clemente and one who has fought long and hard to keep the toll road from coming through our town, it is very concerning to read about the MOU agreement that we have with Caltrans and now this contribution agreement with OCTA. There was never any discussion that I'm aware of being discussed in closed session and definitely not brought up in open session and voted upon. So how can our city legally just go ahead and spend taxpayer money and enter these agreements? I get that Caltrans alluded to the fact during the OCTA meeting, this money was to pay for their legal fees in the lawsuit, but now was going to be used in a local manner. But still, this was never brought up at any of our city council meetings. I see in our agenda that our city manager and attorney have already signed, along with Caltrans and OSHA, an agreement. Now, after the fact, they have finally brought this up to council and our residents. The agenda report makes it sound like this agreement is something we as residents should be thankful for. While I am thankful that at least for the current time, a toll road isn't a threat, the TCA, if they can show due cause, can always bring forth new plans. Right now, those HOV lanes that the OCTA wants to put in to widen the 5 freeway through the south end of town is a concern. Why? Because number one, we don't have a lot of room to expand without taking of homes or businesses in some places. Number two, the 2018 LRTP found that HOV 2+ lanes do not meet federal standards, and that brings me to number three, why Ryan Chamberlain and Caltrans really want HO3+ or tolled express lanes is something that OCTA had to include in its 2045 LRTP and is a Caltrans initiative. You can also listen to the interview by Kurt Pringle to get Ryan Chamberlain, CEO of Caltrans' perspective of managed lanes. Since the expansion of the 5 isn't even funded, and Daryl Johnson, CEO of OCTA, said no Measure M2 funds would be used, it makes me wonder, where will they get the funding? Unlike the last time OCTA met with the city and its residents, our questions were often answered with, I don't know. I hope moving forward, our own city council will at least be forthcoming with the residents of the city, and especially those who fought long, hard hours to protect our city. Thank you, Laura Smith. Laura, I hope I did a good job.
You did excellent, thank
Thank
you.
you. Any discussion? No. Okay.
No action necessary, Mayor. That's just
Okay. No,
receive
no.
and file.
Yeah. Just to point out that the agreement forecloses any toll road. That's the purpose of the agreement, is to have, you can't do any kind of toll road without Caltrans and OCTA on board. They're not on board with it. They're on board with us. And this is integral to that agreement that was negotiated by our Transportation Committee previously. So, okay, on motion to, do we need a motion to receive and file or anything? Okay, nothing. All right.
Oral communications, part 2, we do not have any speakers.
Oh, wait. Here it is. Wait, actually, I'm so sorry.
Too late.
Mr. Hall, thank you. You're doing a terrific job. Everybody's complimenting you, and I just wanted to add to that. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, exactly. All right.
Come on up.
All right, more comments like that. Okay. Future
me,
agenda
future
items. I know we
agenda
had something.
Steve has
Yeah, on the council member, we have council member issues now?
We're into future agenda items. At the beginning, we had
Future agenda
something.
items, I wanted to ask our city to pursue a relationship with the Be Well organization to procure the Be Well vans into San Clemente to service the homeless folks that have mental and drug-related issues and receive the counseling that they offer. And I'd like to, I'm not quite sure if I should refer that to the homeless subcommittee or just ask the city to procure a more, an appropriate proposal or input from Be Well on how they can service our city. That's number one. And the second item I'd like to agendize, I think it would maybe ask the city to manager to draft a letter to be signed by the mayor or approved by the council to simply ask the county of Orange to consider the Fairview facility that has been shut down, that originally serviced 2,700 people with beds, bathrooms, kitchen facilities, meeting rooms, tons of parking, that has been dormant. The state is now looking to develop about 15 acres of that facility for an emergency operations center, and so there'll be some improvement work on site. And it just seems to me that being in close proximity, I know the mindset is to have homeless centers all over the county, but this is only 14, 15 miles away from San Clemente, provides a huge opportunity for temporary and/or other types of housing. And I know the county hasn't gone there in the future, but I don't know why they wouldn't, and I think it just is a potential option. I think we ought to be asking them for the needs that we have to consider the Fairview facility. Currently, I understand there's an environmental impact report that the state is doing. I think we've probably gone beyond the timeline for public input into that CEQA analysis, but perhaps they could extend that voluntarily. And so my option would just be for our city to consider that as a potential option and ask the county to consider that.
I'll second both of those. I think instead of the homeless subcommittee, I think, Mark, don't you think just go straight to the city manager on the
No
Be-Well
problem
thing?
with that. I just didn't want to bypass.
I think it's, it's fine. I'd add the third to it.
Given the time, since there's not a next meeting, I think both of those could be done. I think we could get information from Be Well, run it by the homeless subcommittee, and still get on the next agenda. So maybe we could do both.
Thank you.
All right,
That's
so we
all.
have council direction on that. Anyone else with future agenda items? Okay. All right, reports, commissions and committees. Do we have any of those still?
I just wanted to check in, also at the last city council meeting, you received direction to look into meeting with San Juan Dana Point and discussing some sort of regional center. Has progress been made on that? Is it still based on random city council members going on vacation? I don't know who, but.
Can I give a quick report on that before I actually met with Howard Hart, and I've heard all kinds of, I just said, Howard, I've heard all kinds of things about, city contacting you and whatever, and is it good, is it bad, or would you be interested in entertaining a conversation about partnering with us and maybe another city and looking into possible shelter options? He said, absolutely, let's talk about it. So I've been waiting for you to come back, and that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
That was my report.
Any other reports from commissions or committees that we may be on? And seeing none. Subcommittees, that was what we were talking about there, almost. Do we have any other subcommittees? Anyway. All right, council members, we dealt with C1. Any council member comments? I have just a few. We have a great staff, and sometimes we get commendations from the public, and I just want to make sure that we read that into the record. One of them is for Robert Ferguson, who's one of our building inspectors, and who's been great on a lot of, he was terrific on the Buena Vista landslide and in so many ways, but, so we got this comment from a resident. Mr. Duncan, this email is written commending Robert Ferguson, building director, for listening, strategizing, and working together to resolve an issue regarding my ADU. Too many times public servants fail to get recognized for delivering exceptional service. Let's make sure it doesn't happen this time. Please acknowledge Mr. Ferguson for a job well done as he makes San Clemente proud. So I thought that was pretty good. We also had a letter from the Golf Course Superintendents Association of America recognizing Jordan Gilmore from the mini course. I'll just read the top part. On behalf of the Golf Course Superintendents Association of America, I'm honored to inform you that Jordan Gilmore has accomplished a career milestone in achieving Class A membership with the GCSAA. To attain this classification, Jordan has displayed a strong commitment to professional development through a mix of competency-based continuing education, work experience, golf-centric services, and environmental stewardship through meeting either state or GCSAA integrated pest management requirements. So Muni Course is, point of pride for the city, and Jordan's a big part of that. So congratulations to him as well. I'd lastly just like to say I took part, or I was there. I didn't take part. I was at the San Clemente Ocean Games. Terrific job by our Beaches Park and Rec department for helping to pull that off, along with a lot of key members of the San Clemente community, the Waterman community. It was an awesome experience, and really proud of our city that we were able to pull that off even without Ocean Fest going. So families really enjoyed it, a lot of positive comments, and it was a great day out there. Anybody else?
Well, I mean, agree or disagree with how we all vote during this evening. I think, thank staff and the residents for sticking around so long and giving all their good opinions, and to my fellow council people who did a lot of good work, and thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, city attorney?
Thank you. I have nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
City manager, do we already cover you, or you got something?
I'll dispense with the brown nosing and just move right to the contracts that are in front of you. I mean, that got approved. Sorry, I'm just kidding you. Diamond Construction for the municipal golf course storm drain repair in the amount of $42,338. Aqua Staffing, which helps us get lifeguards at our pools, on-call licensed temporary staffing for $49,500. NBS Government Finance Group Medical Ground Ambulance Data Collection System for $7,500.
All right.
We have a report from our chief of police.
Yeah, he's just can't wait to come up.
You got those 2023 crime stats all ready to go there?
I will entertain a motion to adjourn, but I do want to note that we are going to adjourn in memory of Dina Van Slyke, who many of us knew. We're adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Dina, former San Clemente Historical Society president. Dina was a member of the Historical Society since the 1990s and was considered an expert in her knowledge of Ole Hansen properties. Dina dedicated countless hours of her time to the San Clemente Historical Society and the community in general. We thank Dina for being a friend to San Clemente and send our sincere condolences to her husband, Lee. It was really tragic what happened, and it's just incredibly sad. I knew her personally, and just, I can't believe she's gone.
Was it a drunk driver thing?
Yes. And hopefully, Lee, we'll be able to continue on, and we're there to support you out there, Lee. All right, so do we have a motion to adjourn?
We still have a minute.
Otherwise, we'll need a motion to continue.
I'll move to adjourn.
Okay.
To the next regular
Is it
council
August
meeting.
15th?
August 15th?
Yes.
I can read it for you if you'd
thank
like.
you.
Oh, awesome.
The next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on August 15th, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5:00 PM, and the regular business meeting will begin at 6:00 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. Note that the regular city council meeting of August 1st was previously canceled.
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.